Commissioner Andrades will be joining us. Commissioner Field.
Present. Oh, sorry. I'm here.
Commissioner Fuentes. Commissioner Fuentes is here. Commissioner Levin will be joining us. Commissioner Lewis will be joining us. Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Morrison.
Present.
Commissioner Murray will be joining us. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein.
Present.
Commissioner Thomas will be joining us. Commissioner Yap will be joining us. I'm going to wait for Commissioner Fuentes before we continue. She went to the back real quick. All right, great. Commissioner Fuentes, will you just note that you're present? Great. Okay, Commissioners, we have ex parte disclosures. 1 minute while I bring up the motion. An ex parte communication is a communication between any member of the Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission and any elected city officer or member of any elected city officer staff regarding a matter pending before the commission. An ex parte communication does not include any communication that takes place on the record during an official public meeting. The requirements of this section do not apply to communications between a commission member and a member of the city attorney's office providing legal counsel. A commissioner shall disclose that any ex parte communication at the next commission meeting following the communication. Any off-the-record communications that take place during an official public meeting shall be disclosed before the adjournment of the meeting. Disclosure shall include the time and date of the communication, the form of the communication, the approximate duration of the communication if applicable, the identity of the persons who participated in the communication, and a summary of the content of the communication. The summary shall include a general description of the types of charter reforms communicated. Commission members or commission staff may ask a commission member to resubmit communication disclosures that are not sufficiently detailed. The Charter Reform Commission staff shall maintain a public database on the Charter Reform Commission website where a log of ex parte communications can be found. I'm going to go around the dais and ask if there are any ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Mack.
None.
Commissioner Fuentes.
None.
Commissioner Field.
No.
Commissioner Stein.
None.
I have one. I had a meeting with Davida Corin from Councilmember Gerardo's office yesterday, March 23rd at 11 a.m. It was a virtual meeting for approximately 20 minutes. We prepared for a Charter Reform Commission presentation that took place at today's Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Community Enrichment Committee of the City Council. Commissioner Sanchez.
None.
Commissioner Morrison.
None.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. We now move on to public comment. We will have public comment for a total of no more than 1 hour, with 30 minutes of public comment in person, followed by 30 minutes of public comment virtually. If there is any remaining time, we will use the remaining time to come back for in-person public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to provide public comment that did not sign up on the list yet? All right, thank you. How many people do we have on the list?
We have 12. What's that? Lost the Zoom.
1 second while we bring back the Zoom, everyone.
We have 12 people signed up.
All right, we'll do 2 minutes.
Let's see here.
Hello, folks. Please come up when I call your name. I'll give you 2 minutes. I won't give you a 30-second warning. I'll just say next speaker, and we're going to test the mic also. Conrad Jeremy James. Conrad Jeremy James, please come on down. First, let's see if that's flip the switch.
Check. Microphone check, 1, 2, what is this? Okay.
Okay. Stand ready.
Go.
1 second. Okay, go.
Conrad Starr, speaking as an individual, just extending my gratitude to the commissioners for all of their hard work and for not only hearing us, but actively listening in that process. I was surprised at the first meeting that people's eyes weren't just on screens, they were on me. And I do well with that kind of pressure. And I'll just remind the commissioners that at my first committee meeting, I think Commissioner Stein was there, that I said, you know, late to the party, but sometimes we're the last ones to leave, so I'm doing you right in that regard. If there were one thing that I really wish someone would move today, it would be with regard to the neighborhood council elections, putting those in the charter the same way that city council and the mayoral elections are in the charter, because they are under threat, and that is, I think, the best way to get more new people on neighborhood councils. When we have the force multiplier of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment putting out a citywide notice to anyone who may not have ever heard of us. We do our best to keep all of our seats and our alternate seats filled. We have 42, if you add those categories together, in Greater Wilshire. It's a lot of work, but we still have a ways to go in terms of reaching everyone through every channel. We need the city's participation in that. It will be good for everyone. I look forward to presenting a CIS briefly later today, and I yield the remainder of my time. And thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeremy Payne on behalf of the RLA Coalition. Here to urge you to approve the language for reforms related to police accountability and the right to counsel for deportation defense. The unanimous support provided these reforms on March 5th. Police accountability is shared by our community organizations. We too support requiring council approved actions to be agendized by the Board of Police Commissioners and voted on within 60 days, requiring LAPD to purchase liability insurance, clarifying and strengthening the authority of the Chief of Police and council to fire officers or repeated histories of harm, and council authority to override those decisions by the Board of Police Commission or Chief of Police in patent agreements. And lastly, to protect protest and First Amendment rights protections. So thank you for that, and for the right to access right to counsel for deportation defense. Also wanted to kind of re-voice our support for that language that was introduced by Commissioner Fuentes. We are strongly support, as you were on February 24th, we voted unanimously on the language that was shared by Commissioner Fuentes. So again, thank you, and we are eager to see the Commission approve and pass the charter-ready language on these items. Thank you.
Thank you. James, after James, it's going to be Justy, Chad, and Nick. Justy, Chad, and Nick.
Honored Commissioners, staff, it's the end. I'm here, as I always am, to speak about police reform. The memo and language that Commissioners Stein and Thomas put together, there are a couple of crucial modifications that I would like to advocate for in this moment here. The first and the most significant would be to adopt the language of council oversight as proposed by Hugo Soto Martinez, also known as Reform 10 in the police reform packet. The reason why is that this language would clarify, to recap, clarify that the LAPD and Police Commission would be subject to council ordinance, which currently they are not in the existing charter. This crucially gives weight to the already agreed upon language change in 571 subsection C, which is the bit where the ordinances go to the police commission and then come back. I think that's a great coat of paint on a doorway that doesn't exist. Reform 10 creates that doorway and gives the authority in the charter to give that reform teeth. Without that, the police commission can just ignore the ordinance if it becomes law, right? They are not currently bound by that unless it is specified within the charter. Secondarily, I would ask that you recommend the language surrounding police liability to be analyzed further in a report back at the city council level, having spent truly a stupid amount of time in meetings with experts on both the academic and insurance side. It's very, very complicated. It involves a lot of like theoretical liability, insurance regulators at the state level, at the city level, possibly unions. It's a whole thing, but it is an incredibly complicated topic that I do believe is very deserving of city council. It absolutely can go forward in the current way. I would just ask that you also advocate for it to be reported upon or analyzed further, researched further at the council level. And then lastly,
Thank you so much. Justy is next.
thank you for your time. That was the last thing I was going to say.
No, you ran out of time for thank yous. Alright, y'all. I want to encourage us in this moment to be as bold as rationally possible. I know Levin won't let us pass anything that doesn't make sense, so I'm not worried about it. We've heard your concerns about what's going to pass through council, and no one wants the work that's happened here to go to waste. But it's clear that for many issues, the reforms in front of you align closely with work already happening by council members. I just found out that yesterday the Budget and Finance Committee approved moving towards a 2-year budget and a 4-year CIP, so clearly they're thinking the same things. To be clear, you should still pass the reforms in front of you, because how exactly that gets across the line is up in the air, so let's go for as many avenues as possible. As James already touched on the topic of police reform, Councilmember Soto Martinez proposed language that is some of the best language fixes we've seen, which is just that Reform 10 and making ordinances apply to the LAPD. The current language in 51C isn't encompassing enough, and this is one of the most impactful measures that can come out of this process to ensure that the work you didn't have time, resources, or partnership to handle in this compressed process can continue moving forward after today. Additionally, please move periodic charter review forward. As we've all learned, this process needs support to happen well, and proactively operationalizing it is the best chance the city has for continued work. Finally, I encourage you to pass what is currently Measure O on your staff report for increased language access, so that all of the other work happening in the city can be accessed and participated in by the full fabric of the city of Los Angeles' residents. Thanks for all the extensive work you've done today and to get us to this point. I'm sure we're all happy to get our evenings and Saturdays back, but if any of the commissioners want to join us in bugging the council and eventually the public to get this stuff through to November, you know where to find us. I don't think that requires ex parte disclosures.
Thank you so much. Chad.
Hello, Commissioners.
Sorry, for the record, Commissioner Yap has joined the room.
Hello, Commissioners. I just want to echo what James and Justin said about police reform. I think the liability needs more research, but I think it's really innovative. It already exists in Colorado, which is forward. Jumping on to 104G, which is the business exemption thing that you were looking to delete, and obviously be careful on that. Moving the city more towards a business or allowing them to operate like a business and reach services. Tennis lessons on the west side, or just summer camp in the south. What makes more economic sense? An issue. Selling your asphalt, just buying worse asphalt, also something that would make good business sense. But we just want to be careful about. And I also want to echo what other folks said about right to counsel and also about language access. I think that's very important. One thing I wish we would have done is non-citizen voting. There's 700,000 non-citizens in LA. We know that because they have green cards, they have visas, they work here, they pay taxes, and they don't get the full representation that citizens do in their local government. If just 2% of them voted, that would be more than some city council primaries. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Nick, after Nick is going to be Kay, Rob, Amy. Kay, Rob, and Amy, please queue up after Nick. Nick, begin.
I hope to make a 5-minute long presentation at some point, but I will basically close with this. The 8 months that have been spent modifying the city charter here have been a tremendous endeavor and a chapter in all of our lives, specifically your lives more than anything. But it doesn't give anything that provides the public reason to be jazzed about or rah about these things. And if there's no real public push because they don't find anything that really goes above and beyond in it to ask to provide for what they're asking for, or that sounds bitey, it's not going to get the public pressure to have the council push it through without huge edits. That downgrade would have been here. Basically, what I'm asking for is to direct staff to emphasize how these are all a unified package and they are meant to work together. Many council members don't even know that. They think they're just getting 86 different recommendations that are all thrown in a vacuum. These are all a package meant to work together. I would recommend making the 2-year budgeting system small modification, staggered, even numbered years, infrastructure, odd numbered years, operational. Just that small change makes a huge difference in how deeply they're able to go into different things. Retain and emphasize liability insurance, as well as all the reforms recommended by Catalyst California and James Moore, specifically regarding Reform 10. What I'm saying here is that by adding a few sugar cubes in here, motions that can be made today to bolster the things that people have been screaming about, even if they have only marginal effect, give us, the nonprofits in this audience, the ability to pressure council to push these things through, and the ability for the public to actually take note of them. Don't let your time here go to waste. Make it be a chapter that really meant something, because we can. You know, a lot of people think that there's been shady dealings going on in this Charter Reform Commission, which is why they're hesitant to vote yes on anything. But if we give them something that they can feel proud about, that way we can get the things actually through and actually change our city, not just now, not just tomorrow, but for generations to come.
Thank you so much. Kay, come on down. There we go. Thank you. Begin.
Hi, I'm Kay Hartman. I'm president of the BONC Neighborhood Council. I'm also the chair of the LANCC committee to make recommendations for the neighborhood councils. I reviewed the changes to the charter created in response to the LANCC recommendations, and I am grateful to the commission for the changes they approved and to the staff for the way they translated the commission's votes into charter language. Thank you. I know we are late in the process, but I think the neighborhood councils need one more change to protect our elections. The elections for every city office are specified in the charter except for those of the neighborhood councils. This protection can be sealed with 3 additional sentences in the charter. Neighborhood council terms are set forth in their bylaws. Neighborhood council elections are held every 2 years. The method used to fill neighborhood council board seats and the timing for filling those seats is set in the neighborhood council's bylaws. I urge you to move the addition of these sentences and then to vote in their support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After Kay was Rob. And I know we might have some folks who are having problems hearing us. We'll work to address that online. But until then, Rob, begin.
I'm excited to see Commissioner Stein in the suit. I did want to just begin by noting I do have a very lovely memo to hand out for you. Covers some important things on the issue of suspension, LAPD, ensuring that we don't unintentionally create a death spiral where the police commission can just keep on modifying something, and restarting the process. There were a few things I did not include in the budget. One I did on the Councilmember Garslowski's motion yesterday, Budget Committee, to move up the mayor's proposed budget to April 1st. Just in line with the April 31st proposal from Commissioner Fuentes and Thomas, and this was something unanimously supported by the Budget and Finance Committee. I will throw the mayor a few bones. I do think it's really important for the mayor to have budget authority. That's really important for them to actually have authority over the departments. And reiterate that you should consider raising the threshold for council to override the mayor's veto so that they're actually much more involved in negotiations. There's also one issue that Matt Szabo brought up that got a lot of conversation from the committee, and that is the process for the mid-cycle. Is this just another FSR? And unfortunately, it's currently set up so that the CAO proposes the mid-cycle review. And I think that should be the mayor. We're taking away their power by saying their power by saying only once every 2 years can you actually propose a change to the budget. They've just stuck with a veto otherwise. At a minimum, it should be the CAO at the mayor's direction. One of the issues here is how does this line up, and the current proposal is that a new person elected to mayor could be inheriting somebody else's budget. And I think that makes it really, really, really important for them to have the opportunity to anew make some proposed changes. So I'll just note that and how important it is for you to actually hear from us before you finalize your report so you can actually get our feedback.
Thank you so much. Amy, come on down. After Amy, we have Chantel, Carolina, and Cassie. Chantel, Carolina, and Cassie. Thank you so much.
I have to say, council is going to
whoa, going from a weak mayor system to maybe the strongest mayor in the country. Good job. But seriously, please name a city where a mayor can move a motion without a second. I don't think there is one. Maybe LA can be the first. Who knows? Increasing mayoral powers is one thing, but doing all of this without any actual deliberation is something quite different. On the topic of suspension, this is something where the threshold does need to be 2/3. Setting a threshold for 3/4 for a recall election is one that you needed that high so you don't end up wasting money on recall elections that are going to fail. But 2/3 for suspension will strengthen checks and balances. I hope we have a 15-minute recess after public comment so you'll have time to review Unrigged LA's memo that was just passed out. He listed a lot of issues with the proposed charter language and they should be seriously considered. Unless the review for the final report happens on a Saturday, this is likely the last meeting I'll be able to attend. So I want to thank you all for your time, your energy, and your effort. It's been a pleasure seeing you guys all work. Thank you.
Thank you, and for the record, Commissioner Thomas is joining us. Thank you, Chantel, and begin.
Hello, members of the Commission. First of all, I want to echo everything that the public has already said. And since I found out about this process in January, I've been here consistently staying for the meetings, listening and learning, contributing alongside others and closely following what's being built here. And I want to name something I've been observing, including STEP. I've heard that there isn't always the expertise to bring certain reforms into the charter, that there's been ongoing work on these issues for months, and at times hesitation about placing reforms, especially around policing, into the charter itself. So that raises a real question. Are we more comfortable discussing reform than embedding it? Because the charter already contains structures related to policing and oversight, including the police commission and the controller's auditing authority, and yet we're still heard about gaps. From the controller speaking to oversight and resources, from city council members including Ulysses Hernandez about challenges in getting support during times of crisis. I also came to this process in January, and I found it on my own, which raises a real question about access, about who even knows about the process, whether it's happened to be able to contribute meaningfully. And while we can't change how this process started, we're still responsible for how it finishes. Because this moment requires courage. Courage to strengthen what already exists, and courage to embed changes that actually meet the needs we've heard. Because this is where your names are attached, not just to recommendations, but to decisions. And we always get to decide where we stand. And it is my hope that when this is all over, I'll be able to thank you for your courage. Thank you.
Perfect, 2 minutes. Start that line. Carolina. Carolina, then Cassidy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, you are so close to the end of your work. Please take care not to rush. There are so many items on this agenda today. Regarding suspensions, were you aware that the draft language will make it harder to suspend a council member instead of 8 votes? 3/4 of the council means that we would need 12 to suspend a council member. Also, I don't think you meant to remove references to any type of vacancy. That's gone. Additionally, why would the charter address temporary appointments during suspension for council members and not for other elected officials? Regarding police accountability, the proposed 245F was to provide the City Council with power over the LAPD accountability policies. However, board modification of prior action, quote, shall start the process anew, unquote, potentially drawing out the process into an extended lap. Please clarify the language so that the Policing Commission could have no more than 2 attempts to edit the recommendation or place a time limit on the decision. Regarding government structure, did you mean to limit the city prosecutor's ability to investigate elected officials? Are you aware that this recommendation also allows the mayor to introduce a motion at city council without a second? Finally, do you want the mayor to be able to call a special meeting of the city council to force a vote on the mayor's proposals? Thank you for all the work that you've done. I look forward to staying in this process.
Thank you so much. Kathy. And begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Adarable and I'm a member of Represent LA. On February 24th, the Commission approved 11-0 to move forward with the charter amendment that expresses the value of providing Immigration Deportation Defense Counsel and directing the City Council to implement an ordinance to effectuate that to the extent feasible. Given that 11-0 vote, I expect that the recommended language will move forward to City Council. It's crucial to support this reform as a threat of deportation has become increasingly prevalent in spaces where our peers should feel safe and protected and should not be subject to violence and aggression. I learned my high school administration has implemented strict security measures, including a security guard and cameras at every door and an alarm system. These serve as a preventative measure against ICE officers who have attempted to enter the premises to deport children while they're at school. The cruelness behind conducting arrests and raids of children who are living in constant fear and cannot defend themselves from federal agents who have been encouraged and directed to use any means necessary, even if that means violence, to detain immigrants is a frightening reality that we live in. The administration has lifted policies that previously restricted ICE from operating in schools, and they will continue to target vulnerable immigrant populations, stripping them of any safe haven. My high school had a large first-generation immigrant and non-English speaking population, serving as a target for ICE. If a small hub in my hometown is being targeted, you can only imagine how many neighborhoods are being raided in LA, where a third of the population is composed of immigrants. We must use all the tools at our disposal to protect our communities, our neighbors, and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to switch to virtual and then come back for the last sweep in the room. On virtual, I'm going to call 3 names and then prepare to speak. Jamie, Jennifer, Danielle. Jamie, Jennifer, Danielle. Jamie, we're taking you off of mute. Jamie, let us know if you can hear us. Jamie? 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 Hey, Jamie. Jamie York. Going once, going twice. We'll come back to Jamie. We'll try Jennifer. Jennifer, can you hear us? It might be the audio. Hold on, we're going to double check that. We'll go back to, okay, Jamie. First, we'll try Jamie. Jamie, can you hear us? Jamie? Jamie, stay off of mute and we'll just keep on letting you test. Hold on while we get this fixed. 1 second. Oh, you can't. Okay, so we just can't hear you in the room. We're gonna try and address that, but please hold on, Jamie. Just, if you know a poem by heart, go ahead and start speaking it and we'll get the audio working.
So,
okay.
Can you hear me?
We can, Jamie. Miracle of miracles. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so I get my 2 minutes?
No, thank you. That's it, Jamie. No, I'm kidding. Of course you got to get your 2 minutes.
That's not a joke. Come on.
Of course you get your 2 minutes. Begin.
All right, first off, let me just say, you guys have been doing this whole time. This process is for the people. The sound problem should have been addressed from the beginning. The fact that it hasn't been, and the fact that everybody that was doing about public comment, I could barely understand. I don't think I got 80% of what they were saying needs to be fixed. But what is this process for? Is it for the politicians, or is it for the people? Second, having a supermajority to approve getting somebody out of office because of suspension is a mistake. What if two of them are in it together? What about that? Do we really think that that's off the board of possibilities? Need to think about that. Obviously, I'm extremely supportive and thankful for the changes for neighborhood councils, and I hope we support them. We really, really, really need to protect neighborhood council elections. I hope someone will do a motion. I hope someone will just give us a flat amount for our budget, because I am not hopeful about what neighborhood council budgets will look like, and if they go lower than what they are, this is not sustainable for the vast majority of people within the system. We can barely turn the lights on. Some of us no longer have lights because we cannot pay for them. And then the last thing that I really want to talk about is the contracting section that you guys changed under LAWA. You need to not make it under the contracting authority that gets to do that. It needs to be the ethics commission. That is a very serious section of the charter, and the way that it was written, I never would have imagined it being written as minor and insignificant for the matter of allowing a waiver. There are potential criminal charges that attach to violations of that section of the charter. So giving the people that are potentially the contract holder the ability to then hand wave them away makes no sense. It's a conflict that exists right there. So please go back. I never imagined that the language would be as terrible as it is, but it is. But maybe for law.
Thank you, Jamie. Jennifer is our next person. Jennifer, we're taking you off of mute. Jennifer, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you for changing the mic. I can now hear better.
Okay, Jennifer, begin.
My name is Jennifer Clark. I'm a resident in North Hollywood and also Council District 2. For identification, I'm also the VP of North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council, and we'll be speaking later on our CIS. So I personally supported 2+ year budget with the hope that there can truly be more thought in the decision-making process regarding funding the various city departments and city services. I support ranked choice voting, as I think it will actually save money. And I want an expanded representation of the City Council, but I remain concerned that the recommendations are still not enough to achieve that, and the potential additional costs related to more council members is still concerning. So the neighborhood councils should be supported more, protected more for their role as local representatives, and in fact are unpaid. It is a gift that they are giving to this city. I'm going to share an example of what Jenny was talking about, turning off lights. Our neighborhood council, Sun Valley area, NC, is losing their office. They've had it as a place in their community for over 18 years, and because of the reduction in the budget, it was just no longer sustainable for them to pay the rent, the electric, and have that as a resource for their community. It has been a community place that was nonpartisan, where they could have coffee with a cop. And on the other side, meet with their different committees. And so now they are without a home. They will search and scramble like the rest of us that don't have offices do to find a place to continue to serve our community. So I beg you to consider a floor, a $40,000 floor for neighborhood councils, if not given prior information about not wanting to do a budget. And I beseech you to support us as the local representations that we should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Danielle. After Danielle, it's going to be Matt, Sean, and Paxley. Matt, Sean, Paxley. All right, Danielle, you should be off of mute. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yes, good.
Danielle Williams, co-leader of LA Board Institute's Immigrant Justice Working Group here. So we saw the language that is being proposed for inclusion in the preamble to express, quote, the value of providing immigration deportation defense counsel. I quote that because that is the motion that 11 commissioners voted in favor of, everybody except Commissioner Field, who happened to have left already at that point in the meeting, and Commissioner Morrison, who had not yet joined the commission. We are disappointed in the existing language that we were given earlier today because it makes no explicit reference to either immigrants or deportation defense, despite, again, the motion that was voted on in favor of by this commission. So after consulting with our immigrant rights partners, we are advocating for the language that Commissioner Fuentes is suggesting, specifically that you amend the preamble language to read, quote, we further affirm the importance of compassion, fairness, due process, that's one of our inclusions, and support for all residents regardless of immigration status. That bit there is also an inclusion that we would recommend, because you cannot support immigrants by not mentioning immigrants. And during this process, I've been lucky to have the opportunity to meet or communicate via email with many of you. I appreciate your time. But I've often heard things like, this moment will pass, or that passing anything that explicitly mentions immigrants will put a target on their backs. But the target is already there for our immigrant neighbors and our city itself. And it often seems like it's the people who have the least to lose, or are least at risk of having a target on their back, that are most concerned with it. As to the moment passing, I too hope that that's the case. But I'd like to point to a comment that was submitted to this commission on January 21st by Alejandra Ramirez Zarate, who told of her uncle being deported and then murdered by gangs in Guatemala when he was deported. So this moment doesn't end for Alejandra's uncle. It won't end for the people who are being deported, who are being brutalized without the benefit of guaranteed access to counsel.
Thank you, Danielle. Matt, we're taking you off of mute here in a second. Hopefully, Matt, you can hear us. Matt, are you there?
And then, can I just note, sorry, Matt, I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Murray has joined us. Sorry about that.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Okay, yeah, Matt Simon. I'm a volunteer with the Levin Forward Institute. I want to say I agree with everything that Danielle Williams just said. I have been advocating for a right to counsel and deportation defense in the city charter. It looks like we're not going to get precisely that, though I do see that some of our advocacy has found its expression in the preamble and the appendix. I want to say, as the commission nears the end of its work, that I appreciate the commissioner's service to the city, and I appreciate also the time some of the commissioners have set aside to meet with us. And I think the preamble is a good idea, and I like a lot of the language contained in it. But I do think it's important to state our values clearly. We run the risk of being too vague and too wishy-washy. The preamble should stand for something real. I ask you to please include a clear mention of immigrants or immigration status in the preamble. And when someone reads this foundational statement of city values, they should know unambiguously that this city supports every resident, regardless of immigration status. I support all the edits suggested by Danielle, and that I think Commissioner Fuentes will put forward, and I think anything less would be out of touch. Thank you. You have my time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Paxley. After Paxley is going to be Jester. Paxley, we're taking you off of mute. Paxley, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Paxley. I'm the other co-leader of LA Forward's Immigrant Justice Working Group. Thank you to the commissioners for your time and service on this commission. As my fellow colleagues Matt and Danielle have already mentioned, one of the fundamental items that we believe should be enshrined in the city's charter is obviously the right to counsel and deportation defense. And as they've noted as well too, obviously that's not exactly what we're seeing right now, but with the language that does exist in the preamble, we believe that the changes that have already been mentioned should be proposed and implemented officially. And so just to restate what that looks like, we are proposing that the preamble states, we further affirm the importance of compassion, fairness, due process, and support for all residents, regardless of immigration status. As both Danielle and Matt have already mentioned, we can't have a preamble and a city charter specifically that is for our immigrant community members without literally naming them in the charter, in the preamble. We have to at least at a minimum do something like that. Commissioner Fuentes, as they've already mentioned as well too, can speak to our proposed changes in more detail. These changes to the city charter preamble are fundamental because it reflects, at least in some level, the values we hold as Angelenos. It reflects the injustices experienced by immigrant Angelenos in the past, present, and future. And this is not hypotheticals. We are members of different immigrant community members, of different immigrant communities. Myself, I am the first person in my family born here in the US. This is not a hyperbole of what we're advocating for. These are real consequences, and we at least have the privilege to be able to speak here and speak on behalf of folks that, for safety reasons, are probably not speaking and coming forward because they have to think of their own safety and that of their families.
Thank you so much. And I skipped over Sean accidentally. Sorry about that, Sean. Sean, we're going to take you off of mute. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sean McMorris. Thank you, Commissioners, for your hard work throughout this process. I'm the Transparency, Ethics, and Accountability Program Manager at California Common Cause. California Common Cause supports the amendments before you to strengthen the Ethics Commission's authority, but I want to focus on Charter Section 703D. California Common Cause strongly supports giving the Ethics Commission the authority to place ordinance measures directly on the ballot. This is one of the most effective tools for ensuring that ethics reforms can move forward when traditional legislative processes stall or fail. However, for this authority to be meaningful, it must remain independent. Therefore, we have proposed some red line amendments to the language before you, which I have emailed to you and your staff. The red lines include adding a 4/5 vote of the Commission to initiate the ballot placement process, a timeline for the City Council to propose amendments, and clarifying language to ensure that the Commission has final say on ordinance language. We request that you adopt these red lines. They will ensure that the Ethics Commission can exercise its authority independently while also ensuring City Council participation that does not undermine the intent of the reform. Thank you for your consideration and thank you for your service on this important commission.
Thank you so much. Jester is next, and after Jester, we're going to do one more check of the room. For the record, Commissioner Levin has joined us. Jester, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Alrighty, 2 minutes go.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Charter Reform Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jester Jersey, and I'm the Vote 16 California Advocacy Lead and also run the Vote 16 California X/Twitter account. I want to speak on Agenda Item 7, review on the final report. For months, you've heard from stakeholders across various walks of life on several topics on how to improve Los Angeles, with the task of conveying all this information to the City Council via a final report. I request before submitting the report that the Commission do one final review of it first. This report will be a culmination of everything that everyone has worked on since the process began. These ideas on paper aren't just a list of abstract ideas, but have transformational value that could impact the lives of many Angelinos and the city for the better. By the same token, it is also a reflection of your accomplishments as commissioners of this esteemed body to tackle some of the city's modern issues through the knowledge of predecessors who have shared their experiences. You've also heard the voices of regular citizens, from the youngest rising stars to veteran leaders of organizations, neighborhood councils, and mayors who want to improve the life and quality for the life of the city. I think 1 more hour of discussion shouldn't be too much to ask for. I humbly implore the Commission to do one final look through to make sure that what is submitted in the report accurately reflects what we have all worked on together. Thank you all for your work and consideration. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Okay, let me grab the list. This one. All right, Lionel, come on down. 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm Chris. Good afternoon, Commissioners and staff. For the record, my name is Lionel, and I am speaking for myself. I'm here today because I'm deeply frustrated with how the Charter Commission has handled the process of improving our city government. Over the past year, I've attended your meetings and town halls with the hope that we could move Los Angeles towards a government that truly works for the people. I got involved in advocacy because I wanted to make a difference in my community, for my community, and to speak up for those who don't always have a voice. I'm here because I care about my community. I want us to move forward towards a better future for all Angelinos. I am committed to improving our neighborhoods and our quality of life. I believe that this commission has a responsibility to do the same. I appreciate that you take public comment, but I want to be very clear that people are counting on you. We need you to do the right thing. Don't hesitate. Don't turn your back on the public. Los Angeles must work for everyone, not just the well-connected, not just the money, but for the people who live, work, and struggle here every day. Thank you for your hard work and consideration.
Is there anyone who wishes to provide public comment that did not already speak? All right, seeing no one, we will move on to approve neighborhood council community impact statements. I know of one in the room. I see a hand virtually as well. We'll do the room first and then go to virtual. You'll have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Once again, Conrad Starr, this time representing the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and its approved community impact statements. I'll briefly mention that we did take that vote to support the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners' recommendations that you all have seen and hopefully reviewed. I know you've talked about it. I'm going to read the short CIS regarding neighborhood council elections. The Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council, this was approved 14-0 with 4 abstentions. The GWNC urges the Charter Reform Commission to add neighborhood council elections to the charter, dictating elections every 2 years, but not dictating a specific term for neighborhood council boards. As background, in their fiscal year 26-27 budget request, the city clerk is proposing to cancel or postpone by 2 years the 2027 neighborhood council elections to balance their budget. By their proposal, board members would automatically have 2 years added to their terms. The city clerk did not meet with the neighborhood councils or the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, nor did they inform the department they were submitting this in their budget. Some neighborhood councils have 4-year terms and run half their seats at each 2-year election. Neighborhood councils, including Greater Wilshire, turn their boards over every 2 years. So you see the predicament, and hopefully you agree, and you'll find some time to take this up tonight. Good luck. Thank you.
Are there any more approved CISs?
Hello, my name is Ibrahim Nemo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. Thank you guys for having me today. Okay. Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. Do you guys hear me? Okay, thank you guys. I just wanted to, hopefully you guys can all read the CIS we submitted. I'd just like to highlight a few things here today, if I may. First and foremost, we would like to have the neighborhood council budgets enshrined in the city charter. Ideally $50,000 as was originally allocated, but no less than $40,000. That would be very appreciated. Empower LA is actually asking for a $1 million budget increase, which would be twofold their current budget for the next fiscal year. And none of that money is actually going to the neighborhood councils that they represent. So if we could just get what would actually only cost the city $1 million enshrined in the city charter, I think that would be fantastic. And neighborhood councils would really appreciate that. And I'm sure the city council and the city and all its departments as a whole would receive and reciprocate from that small adjustment to the city charter. I'd like to go on and say that we oppose decreasing the voting age to below 18. None of those individuals are taxpayers, and it would only further confuse the structure and the way we have all voices heard and addressed in the city as it is today. We would also ask that the city charter support measures that allow for more homes and developments of all sorts to be built here in the city of Los Angeles. We would also ask that the charter support measures that ensure liability payouts come out of the responsible departments and not the city's overall budget. That would really help and ensure that we don't have any bankrupting liability payouts, which, as you guys all know, is pretty much one of our biggest issues when it comes to the city's current budget. And lastly, we'd also ask that the charter supports a biennial city budget. Thank you guys very much.
Great, we will now move to virtual CISs. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, so my name is Jennifer Clark, and I'm the Vice President of North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council. We commend the Charter Reform Commission's hard work over the past 9 months. Although we have taken issue and communicated that with several of the Commission's action, we appreciate how hard this work is as we do this unpaid work for our city as members of the Neighborhood Council system. We would like to reaffirm our positions on the multiple CISs that you have received and that we have submitted. We believe the Charter Commission should adopt the recommendations from LANCC as well as from the Neighborhood Council budget advocates. At minimum, we ask that you at least move forward the already approved recommendations from the previous meeting on this topic. The neighborhood councils were added to the charter in 1999, and although we have contributed much to the communities we serve, we have consistently been undermined by the system we're a part of, the many city officials, the city departments, and by continually having our budgets drastically cut. The NC system could be a huge benefit to Angelinos if only the city would treat us as what we are, unpaid, elected public officials, voted in by our communities to be advocates for them. In fact, we ask you to please include a reform that NC elections must be funded and actually held, as we were shockingly found out with this budget cycle that the city clerk has submitted a department budget suggesting that is the easy way to save money, that NC elections should just be skipped this cycle. What an egregious decision. Our neighborhood council has previously supported our neighborhood schools, nonprofits by way of neighborhood purpose grants, and community improvement projects. This year, because our budget was slashed to only $25,000, which is 25% lower than just the previous year, we were unable to support these groups in the same way. So as a result, events in our community are underfunded, undersupported, and ultimately our community members will have fewer resources at their fingertips. Our neighborhood council also participates in funding and supporting events surrounding emergency preparedness. In fact, in early 2025, as the fires were blazing all around the San Fernando Valley, our neighborhood council funded supplies for our community, our local neighborhoods that had been without power for nearly 72 hours. Even as several of our own council members had no power themselves, we made sure to rally, purchase, and supply the resources to our neighbors as soon as we could. With our funding cut year over year, it makes it harder for us to adapt and prepare for the next emergency just around the corner. Indeed, even now, as we reach the tail end of this historic March heat wave, our neighborhood council is nearly out of funding and was unable to provide any more resources for this fiscal year. It's important to recognize that our current budget is 75% less than the original budget we were meant to have in the 1999 charter. We have had to drastically reduce the way we support our community, yet we still show up every week to advocate on behalf of our neighbors. We understand that the Commission is uncomfortable moving forward budget recommendations tied to the charter, as we heard in the previous discussion and the dissenting vote. We suggest, however, that you consider establishing a floor of $40,000 per neighborhood council instead. This will ensure that neighborhood councils will have a minimum amount that they'll be able to depend upon as we continue to work unpaid in our communities. Your changes, if adopted, can deliver on the promise of the NC system. Elections, dedicated time at every council and committee meeting for neighborhood councils to comment, allowing neighborhood councils to address the statewide and federal issues independently, codifying the ways in which the neighborhood councils can engage with the community, and making sure that neighborhood councils have a budget that is more protected than it currently is. The neighborhood council members from all 99 councils spend countless hours working on behalf of their communities. We host events, we connect neighbors with city officials and offices, we make budget recommendations, we clean up the communities, and the list of course goes on. It's time that we are appreciated for the unique value that we bring to this city. We hope you will vote to support the expanded powers of the NC system, and we hope that after your service is done on this Charter Reform Commission, that you will continue to be involved in your own neighborhood councils. The neighborhood council system could continue to be a valuable part of the Los Angeles local government if it is supported properly. Thank you for your time.
Great, I see another hand virtually.
Yes, this is Shada Ashley. Barbara Brody is our neighborhood council person. She's in the audience but having a hard time raising her hand. Do you mind unmuting her? She will speak for our NC. Thank you.
What is the name again?
Barbara Brody. She's in the audience. You'll see, in the virtual audience.
Okay, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
I think, has someone tried to unmute me?
Is that you, Barbara? We can hear you. All right, you have 5 minutes.
The morning city council session still.
Would you like me to speak now?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for your attention and for your service. This has been quite a Herculean effort. We and each of the 99 councils, neighborhood councils, owe our very existence to the previous charter reform process. We understand that the process can have very meaningful impact and presents a critical opportunity to address long-standing structural failures in Los Angeles city government. The Commission has been given a very important job, but has not truthfully been given adequate time to address the many serious issues that face our city. This will likely mean that the Commission will be able to address only the most glaring needs identified. That said, we hope that the Commission will seriously consider and recommend the changes to the operation of neighborhood councils as recommended by both BONC and the LANCC. When neighborhood councils were created, they were adopted in response to the efforts of significant portions of the city seeking to leave the jurisdiction and set out on their own. The notion that neighborhood councils would provide a way for communities to be heard and to feel better connected with their city appeared to be the intent of those who supported the model. Some, however, only grudgingly went along, never believing that neighborhood councils could have a voice. And I'm sorry to say there remain those in City Hall who treat neighborhood councils as a nuisance, consulted late, denied real influence, and too often ignored when our positions challenge City Hall consensus. We would be surprised to learn that the input of a neighborhood council during City Council deliberations So, we need Commission's support to empower our councils to do what we can do and do more than we've ever been charged with doing. We can be the eyes and ears of the city when city inspectors, for example, are nowhere to be seen and not working on a weekend. I can't tell you how many phone calls I get at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning about trees in the city's public parkways being hacked or chopped down. I can witness it, but even when I take pictures and give it to the city, I'm told, oh no, a city employee must witness that. That's not reasonable. I think there's a better way. So do we all in the council. So, the other comment that I'd like to make that has come up lately has been with the role of the city attorney's office. I honestly don't know who would want to run for city attorney because the city attorney can give the best advice in the world to the council and the mayor and they can ignore it, and then the city attorney's office has to defend them when the city is sued. That said, we need an independent city attorney that is elected and not appointed. Those who are appointed answer to those who appoint them. And for anyone to suggest that it depoliticizes the office of city attorney to have that role appointed, whether one or two jobs, is absolutely naive or crazy. So we support retaining the single job and having it be elected. If it's split, still to have an elected city attorney. So these are key issues. We have not been successful in having a youth contingency in our council on a long-term basis. We have volunteers all the time. We are not certain that having young people vote at the age of 16 is appropriate at this time. So, thank you for your consideration. Again, BONC, LANCC budget advocates are doing great work, and we value them and hope you do too. Thank you.
I see no other approved neighborhood council community impact statements. Commissioners, we're going to move on to approval of meeting minutes. We have 2 batches of meeting minutes before you. They have also been emailed to commissioners and posted online. We will first take up approval of the meeting minutes from our special meeting on Tuesday, March 17th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Motion by Commissioner Stein. I will second. Any discussion on the meeting minutes from March 17th? All right, seeing no discussion, is there any objection to approving the meeting minutes from March 17th? All right, seeing none, the meeting minutes from March 17th are approved. We now move on to approval of our meeting minutes from our meeting on Thursday, March 19th. Is there a motion to approve our meeting minutes from March 19th?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stein, I will second. Any discussion on the meeting minutes from March 19th? All right, seeing none, is there any objection to approving the meeting minutes from March 19th? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. All right, we'll move on to, oh yes, for commissioners who have joined us, welcome, and I'm going to go around and ask if there are any ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Murray? No. Commissioner Lewis?
No.
Commissioner Yap?
No.
Commissioner Levin? No. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to the Executive Director report on outreach and other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It's an honor to speak to you today. It is, as I said earlier in my report, it is your 52nd meeting. That is nearly twice as many meetings as we originally laid out. It was about 27, 28 meetings we had planned back during the summer when you approved your outreach and engagement plan. So you have nearly doubled that, and that is a testament to all the hard work that you have put in. That only tells part of the story of what that work entails. It doesn't quite tell the story of the multiple staff reports that you had to not only collaborate on, but read, intake, have questions on, discussions on. It doesn't tell the story of the about 4,000 plus folks who submitted written public comment, the 1,100 folks who gave verbal, both in-person and virtual public comment. It's and the hours and hours and hours of meetings that you had in all 15 council districts. So we are here basically at the end. This is likely the last meeting where you'll be approving charter language. It is a full agenda. So with that, I will just say we are gonna, I know we're gonna take a recess here in a minute to take a group photo, because we will in any minute now, if Commissioner Andrades gets here, like he says, we'll have 13 of you here all at once for the first, maybe only time, but we'll take it. We're happy to have all 13 here at one time. That is a great milestone. With that, I'll just see if there are any questions.
Commissioner Field.
Yes, this is a procedural question about this evening. If I understand correctly, we're looking at actual charter language, which City Attorney has reviewed.
Yes.
And we've heard, again, throughout the process, but again, including this evening, a number of suggestions for further changes. And I just want to know realistically,
sure,
are we going to be able to make any more changes, or are we at the point where we're going to be told there's no more time? What's here is here, we're done.
And I appreciate the question. I don't want to speak specifically on items just because we'll get to items and subject areas here soon, but I can say from the staff standpoint is, I've used the train analogy, we've passed the station and the train has to keep on moving. The train will turn back and City Council will get on that train and have an opportunity to take up things. I'm already hearing from city departments absolutely about additional changes that they'd like. A lot of it is, kind of in the weeds, and they definitely understand that they have the city council process still, but in order, we have a deadline, and we do not plan, I do not intend, and I would not recommend taking any steps that would delay getting this report on time, if not early, to the City Council, which is just next Thursday. Let me say that again. Next Thursday is when that report has to be in at the latest. So We are busy working on the sections of the report that are not charter language and appendix, although we're at a good place with the appendix. But and we're arranging some of the charter language, but the train has to keep on moving, and because we're also we're putting some design effort into this with our contractors at City Fabric. It's not just the staff here at City Hall that has to be pins down. It also has to be City Fabric that will have to be pins down. So all that being said is for the additional changes, I definitely understand community groups wanting another opportunity, but those opportunities will present themselves again once they get to City Council.
Thank you for a very thorough answer. So just to follow up, basically the time we spend this evening recommending changes, it's just not going to happen in our document.
It depends. So on charter language that is before you now, depends on the changes. For example, if there are typos, that's the easiest low-hanging fruit. Hey, this should be A instead of an.
Or maybe they instead of he.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's still, there's a lot of he's throughout the charter. If there's still, if we missed one, absolutely. The next level of changes are, I'll just take the easy one of parks. If you want to change it from 0.6524 to 0.63, that's a change. If you want to remove or not pass the section that's been presented to you, that's an easy change as all. Making substantive changes where, again, you're maybe introducing something new, that will probably, we will not be able to deliver that stuff.
So basically tonight, whatever discussion we have is essentially
pass or not pass.
And go on the record so the council knows.
Commissioner, if you'll let me add to that. I think, as Justin said, we're going to have to see on a case-by-case basis, because there's specifics related to each charter recommendation. So I think it's really hard to put out a blanket statement. I understand. So if we will take amendments as they come. On specific items. Some of them will be easier to have a discussion and to implement today. And then, for example, if there was something that is not agendized today, it would have to wait until the end of the meeting for me to call a vote on an item for a future meeting. That presents challenges for what could be in a report. But as far as what's agendized, we'll have the opportunity to go through amendments through the normal process. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you so much, Justin. But I can't help but say this. I understand charter language, right? I understand that this is suggested by the city attorney.
Yes, the language. Well, to be clear, it was drafted by staff based on motions. We work with the city attorney on those drafts. They also see the motions and interpret those motions with us. They've definitely said, let's re-listen to what the commissioner said at the meeting, and then we've fine-tuned that. And then after that process, then we send that to you.
And with all due respect to the city attorney, we do not have to abide what the city attorney says, and nor does city council. And so, while I want to be able to say yay and nay on these, if they do not represent the intent that we wanted, then we absolutely cannot.
Yeah,
and that's
the amendment process that your chair is speaking
Well, I guess, and I don't understand why there would need to be an amendment process. And if you're saying that there needs to be clarification, because I'm hearing you say that there are no changes, I know that there's an amendment process, but the amendment process suggests the amendment process could virtually change everything that went forward.
So Commissioner Thomas, to your point, and I think that I'm really glad that you raised that. You know, the language of the charter revisions that are before you were the staff's best way of interpreting the intent of the commission from hearing our discussion and then the votes. They put that language together. They asked City Council to review. You know, part of this process is, number one, we want to make sure it reflects the intent. Right. And each of us have different pieces where, you know, we want to make sure it really reflects the intent of the vote of the commission. I believe, like you are expressing right now, that today's discussion is not to relitigate the arguments and the votes that we had on the intent of issues. So, for example, there's been public comment that we should re-agendize a budget allocation for neighborhood councils. This commission took a vote. Regardless of where you stood on it, the vote was no. And so, you know, that goes against the intent of previous votes. So I believe there will be commissioners who try to change the intent of previous votes. I don't think that's helpful for the phase that we're at, but according to the rules, I can't prevent a commissioner from doing that.
Without getting too many, that is what I maybe didn't as accurately say. But yes, it is making sure that this reflects your intent. And even if it reflects your intent from a previous vote, and you still don't want to move forward with it, we have already seen that happen. It is up, you know, every charter amendment on the agenda today still has to get 7 votes tonight in front of us.
I just want to make sure that I understand this.
I mean, it might help when we get to a specific item that you have questions on. I don't want to, perfect.
But I do want to underscore 3 times.
Absolutely.
That just because the city attorney said it.
Yeah, your intent is
Don't. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
No disrespect, Mr. City Attorney.
No. They definitely worked with us and made sure, hey, you know, Commissioner, I'll just use you as an example. Thomas, I think put it this way.
Did y'all really do that?
Yes.
No, you did.
I mean, I'm just using you.
It doesn't get reflected in this document.
There could have been, but there were opportunities where the city attorney staff did say, I'm not sure that's exactly what they said. We went back, we listened, and then we made corrections. Yeah. It is as perfect as we can get. That's why you have to approve it one more time. Any other questions?
All right, I want to, Commissioner and then just real quickly, just recognize for the minutes that Commissioner Andrades has joined us. Commissioner Andrades, do you have any ex parte disclosures?
None to disclose, no.
Thank you. Commissioner Lewis.
Justin, just for clarity, your report, it's noted about 1,100 people gave verbal public comments and over 4,000 written public comment submissions. Are those unduplicated, unique vote, or some of those the same?
We can't. So if, like, for example, we use Nick as an example, we counted every time Nick gave public comment, which is every Thank you for adding our numbers.
So conceivably, it could be 1,100 comments from 400 people.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Executive Director. Commissioners, we're going to take a 20-minute recess before we jump into the items. Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, we are in recess until 5 p.m. And then, Commissioners, if we can follow the Executive Director for our group photo, please.
Recording stopped.
Commissioners, members of the public, I'm going to convene the meeting and conduct roll call. Commissioner Andrades.
Present.
Commissioner Field.
Here.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Here.
Commissioner Levin.
Here.
Commissioner Lewis will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Mack.
Here.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Morrison.
Here.
Commissioner Murray.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Yap. Here. Commissioners, we now move on to item 1A. Item 1 is consideration of possible approval of potential better government charter language for final recommendation by the Commission to the City Council. Item 1A is suspension of a council member pending trial. I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Sanchez, who was the committee chairperson.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I think the way I'm going to go about this is if you look at item number 1, I'm going to cluster it, items A, B, and C. So before I get started, I want to thank Commissioners Lewis and Yap for being part of the committee for better government. We face some of the most difficult and delicate issues facing our city. These issues tested public trust. The unfortunate events, it was clear that the status quo was not sufficient here in the city of Los Angeles. They have called all of us to be thoughtful and deliberate. These recommendations were not developed in a vacuum. They are a result of careful consideration informed by community groups, policy experts, stakeholders, and members of the public at large. Together, they aim to bring clarity where there has been ambiguity, consistency where there has been uncertainty, and accountability where it's most needed. The first item you will see is to provide clear language for suspension of a council member pending trial. This aims to provide clear language for suspension of a council members pending trial, and it establishes a formal process that requires the introduction of a resolution calling for the temporary suspension of a council member, stating findings as a grounds for the suspension. Clarify the compensation requirements in charter for electeds under suspension. We aim to clarify the compensation requirements for electeds under suspension, and it establishes no changes to be made to the electeds' compensation for suspended elected officials during their suspension. Require the city to hold a special election for vacancies if more than 1 year remains in the term. The language is requiring the city to hold a special election for vacancies if more than 1 year remains for all elected city officials, provides residents the ability to have a democratic process to replace these officials. Remove Charter Section 803, LAUSD, and add to Municipal Code. This would remove the Charter Section 803 and add it to the Municipal Code, and it allows more flexibility in updating the rules and regulations. Apply the LAUSD process for adjusting contribution city limits to city contributions, and it would align the city contribution limits with LAUSD and its process for adjusting contribution limits, making them every 4 years for both city and LAUSD elections, aligning them to the timeline for both contribution limits.
Commissioner Sanchez, just real quick, the LAUSD ones we already approved.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why don't we do A, B, and C, and then I'll come back to you when we get to the neighborhood council.
Thank you. I could have gone on. Okay.
No worries. Commissioners, we will go to item 1A, suspension of a council member pending trial. I have Commissioner Murray.
Thank you. This is just a technicality on section 211, suspension pending trial. The last sentence says no changes shall be made to the compensation of the suspended member during the suspension in the event charges are dropped. That should be charges are dismissed. Dropped is not a legal term, so I'd like to change it dropped to dismissed. Or the elected or appointed official is found not guilty, a better term of art would be acquitted. That's just the legal term.
Commissioner,
like a true lawyer.
Commissioner Murray, would you move that as a substitute motion?
Yes, explaining it again under section 211, the language, the red line, everybody should have this addition. I think everybody got a copy here. The last sentence should be no changes shall be made to the compensation of a suspended member during the suspension. The last sentence should be, in the event charges are dismissed or the elected or appointed official is acquitted, the suspension shall end. So I'm just tightening up the language there.
All right, so that will be a substitute motion for section 211 and 211.1. I will second Commissioner Stein.
I have two questions. Number one, does this also apply to the 3 citywide offices?
It does not. It only applies to council members.
And why did the subcommittee not deal in case of a suspension is necessary with the 3 citywides and only the council? Out of curiosity. I'm not trying to rewrite everything.
No, I hear you, and I think it came up later on, and clearly we were focused just based on the scandals that happened to be within city council. So you're not incorrect that it should have been looked at for all citywide offices, but at the time it was for city council.
I have one other question, and it really addresses what Commissioner Murray was just speaking of, but I just want to give Mr. Kwan a shout out that, yeah, we actually do listen and read some of the stuff that you put forward, or I just happen to come up with the same idea on my own. Question is, what if there's a plea bargain?
Then they're convicted.
What?
We didn't hear you.
I said, what if there's a plea bargain to a judge, to a count
That's not a question.
that is not a lesser included?
They're convicted. Plea bargain is a conviction.
Okay.
That's a conviction. That's not a dismissal or acquittal.
Not getting in your way.
Don't start.
Any other Commissioner Field?
And I just want to clarify, at this moment, we're voting only on section 211, right?
We're doing 211, 211.1.
Oh, okay, because I have a question, clarification, not trying to change it on 211.1. Should I go ahead? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm a little confused. Appoint a non-voting temporary manager of the office, and I think we're all envisioning a council office. I just want to understand what it means. The temporary manager shall not be entitled to any additional compensation, but may earn outside income. I mean, does that mean they're not going to get paid as a council member if they're managing the, I mean, what does it mean?
Does staff want to approach?
Or, oh yes, or our city attorney. I just can't figure out any additional over what? I mean, it's just really unclear to me.
So, okay, and just stepping back for 211, so this does apply to any elected official. So it says the council may by 3/4 vote suspend any elected officer.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. So wait, so you're contradicting what we just heard?
We're clarifying.
Okay,
Yeah, so
clarifying.
211 does apply to any elected officer. And so the question, so that's a clarification to Commissioner Stein's previous question. So now to Commissioner Field's question.
Oh, yeah, I just, that last sentence of 211.1, just, I can't figure out what it means.
The city attorney approaching.
So that sentence, section 211.1 is referring to the caretaker, right?
Right.
So this is saying the caretaker is not going to get any extra pay for being the caretaker. So as you know, often somebody from the CLA's office became the caretaker. You're not going to get paid extra because you get appointed as the caretaker.
But wait, extra from what? I mean, I can't hear you very well. Could you speak into the mic?
So let's just suppose, and we very frequently felt it in VOC was acting as the caretaker when an office was vacant. A VOC is not going to get paid extra beyond his normal CLA salary because he's appointed as the caretaker.
Oh, so is this...
But I have a question for the city attorney, but what if they draft a BOC out of retirement
Yeah, I'm thinking someone who doesn't work for the
This
city.
talks about a non-voting temporary member, and I don't see anywhere where it says it has to be a member of the CLA's office.
It doesn't say that. It could be somebody else. So if this doesn't provide for somebody else getting paid, right?
So you said this does provide for someone else?
No, I said it doesn't.
It doesn't. So so Commissioner Field, this, to directly answer your question, what this is saying
Want
is,
somebody not being paid, having...
if someone,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. So if they are a city employee who becomes a temporary manager, they are going to keep whatever their current salary is and not receive anything additional for becoming a caretaker.
Okay, but may earn outside income notwithstanding any other provision of the charter. What does that mean?
So if, following Commissioner Stein's question, if somebody from outside the city were appointed and that person had some other kind of job, normal charter provisions that may prevent you from not having outside employment will not apply.
Oh, because they're not an elected member of the council.
And we talked about, I think Max said it, but Section 211 does apply to all of the electeds. It's not just the council
Right.
members. Right.
That is helpful. I don't think
Commissioner Levin and then Commissioner Thomas.
This makes no accommodation for an individual, and this was Commissioner Stein's point, and maybe where Commissioner Thomas was heading as well. I agree that no city employee, should they be appointed here, would maybe earn more or different salary than they already had. But that precludes then anyone who doesn't already have some other job from taking on this role. It doesn't envision this being a full-time role.
Realistically, I think that's right. I think what this is anticipating is the normal practice, which is somebody from the city will be appointed as the caretaker. Right? That's what I think.
Well, then we should clarify that.
That's up to you.
Are the responsibilities and roles, is that in here, or is that already?
No, this is what you've got. So the person's essentially
Strephon, if you don't mind speaking just directly to the mic.
I feel like I'm on top of the mic as it is. Usually I have a pedal in council and I control this one, sorry. What you've got, the duties are not spelled out. It would be a manager of the office. The person doesn't have a vote. The person is not a council member. So if the office needs motions to be introduced, presumably that caretaker would speak to the council president or some other council member and say, hey, my district needs X, Y, and Z. Will you please introduce a motion? Right? And they would manage the office and deal with personnel and minor budgetary issues and things like that.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm failing to connect. Why would anyone want to do this? Except for there are loopholes and things that we are not considering. Because if the budget is there, the person is gone, I'm just very uncomfortable with giving this kind of responsibility to a volunteer per se. Because there's a lot of room. We're talking about, there's a lot of room, a lot of responsibility. You don't have to have a city council vote to have influence. You don't have to have a lot of these protections that are built into this position. I don't think they will necessarily preclude someone from practicing corruption. I think it invites it. I'm just saying that because if I'm in a district, or I want to build a district, I'm a developer, I know I hate to keep calling developers corrupt. But if I want to build in a district, I'm looking for the caretaker. I'm looking for the person who is not being paid to have the level of responsibility that was once wielded. And so I think it makes it easier for someone to be enticed in taking opportunities on the side. And I think and I also think that it should be difficult for the city to put forth the same kind of argument that they would if this person was a city council person. Because a city council person and a volunteer should not be subject to some of the same rules. And so I think this position would be a great position if you have aspirations for running the city council. Maybe it's precluded, or you are interested in working for someone who does. I just don't know.
So there are, so I'm just thinking.
They're saying that they're saying we can't relitigate this, but this doesn't. I just don't feel. I mean, if you could explain to me why you think those things can't happen.
So I'm not sure.
Commissioner Thomas, I'm just going to say, what would be helpful is an amendment with language reflecting what you're trying to accomplish. So as you think through that, I'm going to go through the rest of the queue because I think there might be some solutions. Commissioner Stein, and then Commissioner Morrison. Mike.
I have to repeat that. Yes. Would you accept a friendly amendment that we just mandate that it should be from, the appointment should be from the CLA's office or some designated office if it no longer exists?
You're addressing me.
Oh, I thought she
was amending the language.
Commissioner Murray, the way I phrased your substitute amendment was for 211 to 11.1.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So you're the mover of the amendment, of the substitute amendment. So Commissioner
Okay, that's
Stein.
fine. Okay.
Can you reiterate what that was, Commissioner Stein?
I will address either one of my fellow commissioners and just ask that why don't we just mandate it has to be from the CLA's office, and if the CLA's office no longer exists, from whoever's the successor to the CLA's office.
I won't accept that. I'll see why. Generally, the caretaker has been either the chief of staff, or we had the situation, the former council president wanted to be that person, and that caused a lot of skirmish, but usually it's somebody from that person's office. It's, they have an application process, but it's always been somebody from their staff. Hence the temporary. I understand Commissioner Thomas's concern, but I don't think we can't, and the city council usually appoints somebody, and it's generally a city hall insider, frankly, so.
Let's do this, Commissioner Stein. If you don't mind withdrawing your amendment, let's hear what other people say so that we
I withdraw my amendment.
Commissioner Morrison, and then I'll put myself in the queue.
So again, I'm hearing all this stuff very fresh, and I remembered the conversation we had last week about when a vacancy occurs less than 1 year before the expiration, the council may fill that vacancy. And then we have the council filling this, a temporary manager. Is there any thought to having a similar solution? Because they sound like two different solutions here. This person's called a temporary manager. Here we're appointing a vacancy. I remember like when Jackie Goldberg ran for state legislature and left Council District 13 open for quite some time. Thinking back, I feel like it was someone from the CLA's office who sat in her seat for 9 months or so until the election happened. I cannot remember if that person could vote or not, but I'm finding it a little bit confusing. Is there any reason why we don't have similar language for these situations where seats become empty?
I could look at my partial answer if you want.
Oh, go for it, Stratton.
So I think there are two issues. One is a purely practical one, that it's unlike with a vacancy, we know exactly how much is left of the term. With a suspension, we don't know when the person is going to come back into office, if at all, right? Secondly, there's a legal issue. I probably shouldn't even say come back into office. The person who's suspended is still a sitting council member, And now we have the problem that we've voted in somebody, and we have 2 council members. I think it is unclear, and I think some people would tell you legally that can't happen.
I see what you're saying.
All right, I have myself in the queue and then see if there's anybody. So I'm going to suggest a move amendment. You let me know if it's friendly. The intent of it is to try to clarify. I think what this section is trying to do, or at least what I'm hearing from the discussion so far, is this is trying to clarify that if someone is a city employee, that they're not going to receive additional compensation for taking the role of the caretaker. I also hear from commissioners that of the theoretical possibility, although it hasn't been the practice, that someone is not a city employee, gets appointed to be a caretaker, that this restrains them from potentially having, additional income. So what the amendment that I'm going to propose is to add a phrase in the last sentence where it says the temporary manager, comma, if a city employee, comma, shall not be entitled to any additional compensation, but may earn outside income withstanding. It leaves silent someone who is not, but it makes clear that if they're a city employee, they would not receive additional compensation. Commissioner Murray, would that be considered friendly?
I want to hear from Commissioner.
You got it. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I kind of like that, but I think there's, Commissioner Murray, when you said that it's customary for them to put out applications and for them to still choose an insider, that's trouble. I would just rather you not put the application in and just let it be known that an insider is going to be selected. If that is what is happening, and I think that's one of the problems that we have in city government, is we have this whole bait and switch. We have this pretension that it's open and fair and that people want fresh blood and new ideas, but in reality, we just want to continue with the status quo. It's more convenient. And so, I don't think that the intent of this was to say that. So I would have to say that I like your friendly amendment. Because it suggests that it's a possibility of someone who is not an insider. And then, I don't know if, of course, the fact that they would have to be paid would be the reason that they would justify choosing an insider, sure. But I think that language at least says that it could be someone else and that we are voicing our intent that we have no problem with being someone outside, someone who's an outsider, who's not an insider. I don't know if that's what you are getting at with your motion, but that's how I read it. Do you agree, Commissioner?
Yes, and I will thank you for your input. I will accept the friendly amendment.
Commissioner Field.
Yeah, and, okay, so usually it's been, like you said, chief of staff or someone who's already working there. They'll continue earning their regular salary, okay. I thought council members were not allowed to earn outside income while they're working for the city. Is that right?
They are not.
They're not. So I don't understand why they may earn outside income notwithstanding any, I mean, if they're doing this caregiver role, they probably should spend as much time as maybe the elected. Maybe they don't go out to all the community stuff, but why would any city employee getting their city salary be allowed to earn outside income? Shouldn't they devote their time and energy to being the caretaker or the, what do they call him, temporary manager?
Commissioner Levin.
I believe that the caretaker has limited powers relative to an appointed, or excuse me, an appointed member who would be filling a vacancy or an elected member of their own right. So their ability to act on behalf of their constituents is limited, which is part of the issue we're trying to address here. This would be other pieces, and therefore it is really about managing the staff, ensuring that constituent service requests are being serviced by the existing staff, which is why it's something that's historically been filled by the chief legislative analyst or similar, or someone in that office. And so I'm supportive of this amendment. I frankly would have also been supportive of Commissioner Stein's amendment because this is a very distinctive moment in time what this speaks to, and I'm comfortable with it as written based on that understanding. I don't believe, if the responsibilities were more numerous, I would have different concerns.
But again, are city employees allowed to have outside work?
Yes, like some of them are adjunct faculty, other types of,
Okay,
there are
this
rules.
is basically saying you're doing all this work, you're right, not the exact job of a council member, no vote and so on. And you earn your normal salary and you can have your outside income.
Correct. Commissioner Lewis.
Chair Mesa, can you repeat the language?
Yes, the amendment that was considered friendly by Commissioner Murray was in the last sentence of 211.1. It will read the temporary manager and then insert, comma, if a city employee, comma, I'll continue reading, shall not be entitled to any additional compensation, but may earn outside income notwithstanding any other provision of the charter and as further provided by ordinance.
So it's not the city employee. I mean, this applies to city employees and people outside, but it doesn't apply to someone who is currently the chief of staff. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, they would be a city employee and chief of staff. So if a chief is, but theoretically, like if it were someone from the outside who was designated a caretaker who was not a city employee, it would not apply to them.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to. So I hope under this temporary manager there isn't a civil unrest. Just saying.
Commissioner Field.
I'm sorry. If it were not to be a city employee, for whatever reason, how will they be compensated if they're brought in from outside?
How would they what?
How will they be compensated? How would it be determined what to pay?
They're not, right?
Well, no.
If they're not in the city government.
It leaves it open to ordinance.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Any other discussions on any other points? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to call a vote on the substitute amendment for sections 211 and 211.1 as amended. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioners, we now move on to item 1B, clarify compensation requirements for electeds during suspension.
Mr. Chairman, if I just...
I will yield to you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. In your motion, I would suggest that you say active employee. And the reason for that is that there is a provision within the charter which refers to the 120-day employee, I think only goes to 90-day. And those individuals who have been, for example, a retired city employee, if they are appointed to something, there are two things that could happen. One would be that they would be compensated for the position. The other would be they would be compensated at the level that they were paid when they retired. Not the same dollar amount, but the position and the current salary for that position is what they would receive when coming in on a temporary basis. So just as a matter of practicality, it is true, as the city attorney stated, that the CLA
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any objection to reopening our previous vote and inserting the word active city employee? Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, that is approved. Thank you. All right, we now move on to that deals with 1A and 1B. We now move on to 1G, prohibit the use of campaign funds to pay for certain fines. Commission staff, I don't see this document with us, or is it included in one of the other ones? Oh, it's this one? Okay, so commissioners, one second. All right, commissioners, this is the way that we'll do it. So before you, if you can pull out the document that starts with section 700, City Ethics Commission. Okay. It's a staple document in blue, City Ethics Commission. This document has items on the agenda, items 1G, I, J, K, L, and N. I will repeat that. The staple document, section 700, City Ethics Commission, has items 1G, I, J, K, L, and N. So for the purpose of the discussion, I know there'll probably be a number of amendments. What we'll do is I'll move for the adoption of items 1G, I, J, K, L, and N. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Andrades. All right. Why don't we do this? Could be helpful. Why don't we just start with and discussion. Commissioner Stein.
Well, I'm looking at the entire section and what would be D on the front page of that. Why is it that no person that serves on the Ethics Commission can run for office for 10 years, but the executive director only has 2 years? I mean, that just makes no sense to me. So I know, Melinda, you will have the answer, but it just seems totally unfair. If someone serves on ethics, they do a good job, they want to become a council member, why should they have to use 10 years and Justin only has to wait 2 years?
Frankly, I don't remember us discussing this. I was on the commission for 5 years, and several people who are on that commission ended up running for office. People tend to be very ambitious on that commission. I don't recall my beautiful friends from the executive director. I never heard them mention wanting to be. So I don't know why this is in here. I don't remember us discussing it. Maybe we did and I just forgot. But that tends, those positions tend to go, those are more policy positions. So I haven't seen that come up. I've seen it a lot with commissioners, but I haven't seen,
Commissioner Stein, just because I can directly answer the question. So when we were having the discussion, I think it was in one of our meetings that went pretty late, when we were having the discussion on, I think it was Commissioner Andrades' motion that dealt with the Ethics Commission, the Inspector General, and other items, I actually moved forward this amendment because the discussion that we had was, as we are providing the Ethics Commission more power, including its ability to put something directly on the charter, I thought there should be a check with people who have that type of power from creating politically advantageous situations for themselves.
no, but you're talking about the executive director.
No, I was talking about commission
I don't think
members.
that was his question. Your question was as to the executive director, correct?
Compared to the other, I mean,
Right, again.
first of all, I have a problem with 10 years.
It's a long time, but-
That's an awfully long time. I mean, if they did that to this Charter Reform Commission that we stood on, it could have some real profound implications for some people that are sitting around this horseshoe who may want to run for office, and we're not prohibiting them from doing it. What makes this?
It was a little long, but based upon the conversations, I didn't have a problem with it. Because it does create a conflict, it does create a bit of a messiness when people who were just immediately on the commission run for office. Because you may have privy to some information to somebody who's running against you. This is all theoretically. I have not seen this happen, but theoretically they may have privy to information of investigations of former or fellow or future fellow candidates. So I know it's a little long, and I think Commissioner Thomas, somebody else told me about it, and it's a long time. I didn't have a problem. That was a suggestion of the committee. But I don't remember discussing the executive director, but maybe again, it could have been one of those late nights.
Commissioner Field.
Yeah, seeing as this is a very minor possible change, I mean, I understand we're not relitigating anything. I just think maybe we should, it originally said 2 years, and apparently there was no restriction on, and it was for both the commissioner or executive director. I see the strikeout on executive director. I just think put it 4 years for everybody. You know, you get off the commission, you wait 4 years, or you're the executive director, you wait 4 years for the reason that Commissioner Murray just said, because you might have a lot of inside info, although isn't everything that commission does public?
It is.
It's Brown Act. But I just, 10 is really long, 2 is kind of short, maybe 4, and it just applied to all of them, the ED and the actual commissioners.
I could support that if there's a friendly amendment from Commissioner Fields to change both to 4 years.
Commissioner Levin.
I support 5, just to get beyond a full cycle of elections.
For both of them.
All right, will you move that as a friendly amendment, Commissioner Levin? Sure, I will. All right, that will be accepted. All right, so it will be 5 years for both the commission members and the executive director. Correct. All right, I would like the staff to approach perhaps the city attorney or the executive director to note for the public and the commissioners what the research has found on the ability of the Ethics Commission to send charter revisions to the voters, and what the alternative language was that was put in the package. So commissioners, this is under section 703 Rules and Regulations D, just so you can get there.
So there's a state law that prevents the Ethics Commission from putting a charter amendment directly on the ballot. They can put an ordinance directly on the ballot, but the only people under state law who are allowed to put charter amendments directly on the ballot are the city council / mayor, a charter reform commission, or an initiative, a citizen initiative. That's it. So we're constrained by state law.
And to be clear, it's a directly elected.
Correct.
So,
Into the mic.
Into the mic,
And
guys.
to be exact, he said charter reform commission. It have to be a directly elected charter reform commission. This body was never given that opportunity by state law. And back in '99, we had 2 commissions. One commission appointed could not be given that authority, but the directly elected one could be given that authority. So just going back to the original report on better government from a couple months ago, this was outlined. So this is just making sure that it's coming back as the ability. I know there was some confusion. It is the only, this commission can only, the ethics commission can only send to the ballot ordinances. And ordinances, could be tailored, to campaign finance and other things, but it's only things that can be ordinances and not charter language. The council has to be a part of the process.
I have 2 questions for either one of you 2 gentlemen, whoever wants to speak up. Isn't an ordinance required to be approved by council?
This would be an exception. Again, it would give the commission a chance to send to the ballot an ordinance. An ordinance is still short of charter language. They can't amend the charter with a ballot that they could send directly. But they could, for example, ordinances on, again, campaign finance, etc. There are a lot of ordinances that could be under the Ethics Commission that they could put as a ballot initiative if they can't get council to pass it on their own. They have the opportunity to send it.
Is there any other commission that can send something directly to the ballot other than what's being asked for here?
No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Andradas and then Morrison. Commissioner Andradas.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think this is obviously watered down, that's legally required, and we've had discussions at this dais, and there have been discussions beyond this dais that had concerns with direct charter placement. So if anything, this is something that should alleviate those concerns, and to me represents another compromise that this commission was able to make. Obviously not one that was literal compromise, but just the sentiments thereof.
Commissioner Morrison.
Can someone describe to me the problem they're trying to solve?
I'll say that the argument was that the Ethics Commission, and of course we have a former Ethics Commissioner here, that there were things, improvements to one, definitely to the charter that they would have liked to have made, that the council chose not to make to send those to voters. Some things did make it to the voters in November 2024, not everything that the Ethics Commission asked for. They would like the ability to go to the voters for charter language, but that's just simply not the cards. So the maximum that they could go to is if they see things that would be improvements, and I don't want to get ahead and give examples, but if they see things that could be improvements to the municipal code, the ordinance, then they would be able to send that. Skipping council send that, to the voters, technically every election cycle.
Just to clarify, there are several anti-corruption measures that the Ethics Commission has been trying to get off the ground to the City Council pass. One of them is the municipal lobbying ordinance. We took a year of testimony when I was on the commission about anti-corruption measures. The lobbyist lobbied City Council. So we spent a year providing them with language just like this, redlining, and it could not get, it just never got to their, it just didn't get scheduled for even any kind of hearing. Another one dealt with developer bans, and this was during the time in the city where somebody who's now a convicted felon was, and before a lot of the other city council members were convicted of a felony for accepting bribes and things like that. So we tried to develop a ban, and that didn't go anywhere either. We did get matching funds, some other things, but there are certain things that maybe the council didn't feel was in their best interest because it would limit their fundraising ability and their hold on things. So those several measures did not get before them. I just have a question for my fellow commissioner, who was one of the people who dealt with these ethics. I know we talked about it, Commissioner Andrade, and this is kind of, like you said, watered down. I'll defer to you to whether you think it's still worth putting in. And to go back to what Commissioner Thomas said earlier, this is not necessarily the intent of what I believe you were talking about, but I'll defer to you what your opinion is of it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I see value in it, and obviously it's not what the Ethics Commission wanted, but hopefully they're able to use this new authority it passed to benefit the voters. So I think that I'll still support it, given that this is the farthest we're able to go on the ask that was specifically submitted by the Ethics Commission to this commission.
And the policy director, I believe he's here.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Tyler.
I wanted just to say to the commission that I wanted to appreciate Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Murray's opportunity to bifurcate the vote. When we last discussed this, I voted no on this. I had some serious concerns. I still do, but I'll be voting yes because this was the intent of the commission when we had the vote. I'm asking commissioners to vote yes on the motion when we get there. Anything else, commissioners, on this one or else? Did you have a question, Commissioner Thomas?
Since you're in the role now, and this impacts you, would you consider, I may be putting you too far on the spot, but is this version helpful?
Yes, we think absolutely. Our first couple efforts in this go back a couple of years. I believe we noted at the time, as the city attorney mentioned, that there is a concern about the California Constitution limiting a non-legislative body within the city in terms of placing amendments to the charter directly on the ballot. So our ask was that we would be able to do that with ordinance language. For us, there are significant parts of our laws that are located within the ordinances in the city law. So our campaign finance ordinance, our governmental ethics ordinance, and our municipal lobbying ordinance. All ordinance language, all things that can be accomplished by this version of the proposal. So yes, we do think this would be excellent language to have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morrison.
So another question I heard in the public comment today, that elections for neighborhood councils were going to be suspended for a period of time because of budget. And so, I mean, I'm not wild about this motion because I feel as though it'll get shut down by city council, and if the ethics commission put it out there to the voters, it would probably be railroaded as well. So I'm also wondering, like, what if this ends up being a special election just for something that the ethics commission wants to put on the ballot? And are we running up against the same budget considerations that I heard referenced today with the neighborhood councils?
Yes, that's a very good question. So one of the conversations that we had internally, and I think this is a change you can make with a very simple motion, I believe you'd have to double check with the city attorney's office, but we did have a conversation about the potential cost of the special election. It's certainly never our intent as staff to put anything that would have to stand alone for the ethics commission's sake in front of voters as part of the special election. I think that you probably could include language in this that would limit this power to regularly scheduled elections so that it limits the administrative costs. But I can tell you internally as the staff, pursuing something that would require the city clerk and these other offices to arrange for a special election just for something that the ethics commission wants to put on this ballot would never be our intent.
Commissioner Field.
I think we should amend this. At the end of the first sentence, the Ethics Commission shall have the authority to submit ordinances, measures, I'm not sure they both need an S, but someone else can decide, within their subject matter jurisdiction directly to the voters at the next scheduled election, next scheduled city election.
that motion is, that amendment is friendly.
It's friendly.
Yes. Commissioners, before us is a motion to approve items G, I, J, K, L, and N as amended. Is there further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, I will call a vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
We're voting on the whole thing now?
Yes.
Yes. As amended.
As amended, correct. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Madden.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioners, we now go on to item 1H, Dunn, Length, and BONC approved reforms. Commissioner Sanchez, any introductory words?
Oh, that's your code, this is my diet code. I think we've heard extensively regarding these reforms, and most were approved unanimously. We really appreciate the role of the neighborhood councils, also hearing from BONC and others as to how we can improve the process, their roles, and I know that both Commissioners Yap and Lewis also heard lengthy comments regarding these motions. So in front of you is the language to most of what has been discussed at this commission.
Commissioners, if for your reference, this is the document that is stapled that says Section 242, Conduct of Business. And this is the package of the Dunn, Length, and BONC approved reforms. I will move that we approve item 1H. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right,
This
discussion.
is just section 242.
Yes, but it's part of us. You printed out your own, so.
Yeah.
It goes up to section 914. It's multiple pages.
You give me 1 second.
Clarification, are we doing it by section or by like a whole package?
This will be by the whole package.
Could I comment on some of the sections?
Please.
252, 254. Giving neighborhood councils the ability to weigh in.
254, Commissioners. It's the second page of the stapled document. Sorry, Commissioner Stein.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are 95 neighborhood councils. What if they split? Is this what Dunn recommends, or is this what just one neighborhood council wants to do? It just seems the way this is drafted, that one neighborhood council could be contrary theoretically to what 94 other neighborhood councils feel, and they would do it, and they'd be able to do this on pending legislation. I, for one, would like to amend it that the neighborhood councils can't speak for the city at all, or strike that paragraph based upon their 95 of them. And this is talking about it. Excuse me, Mr. Kwan, you've had your chance.
It wasn't me this time.
That took the wrong one? Lionel, you had your chance too. Basically, the way this is written, it doesn't take into account what all the neighborhood councils may feel on the issue. And I mean, it's hard enough to get the city to take a position on certain federal and state legislation, more or less weaning it down to neighborhood councils and which ones and what disclaimers. I'm only speaking for my neighborhood council.
Commissioner Field.
I just want to say, I think what's behind this, and I'll be happy to be corrected, is that yes, sometimes, however many, 1 neighborhood council, 10, 20, in different parts of the city want to have a say on everything from, you know, the Israeli-Palestinian issue, Palestine issue, or, you know, I mean, this says legislation, but my understanding is some of them want to comment on big social issues. And I think the key, though, is the second sentence. The city may, by ordinance, create and require language to indicate the neighborhood council is speaking on behalf of, well, it says I would say that neighborhood council and not the city. In other words, this is a way of having them to be able to express thoughts without the incredible effort, which I think is almost impossible, to get everybody together so that all the councils speak as one. I mean, we've seen that doesn't happen. I mean, I think it's more kind of almost a free speech issue for neighborhood councils, and I strongly support the second sentence. The city has to have something where if this council is going to send a letter to Sacramento about legislation X, it has to say right within it, this reflects the views of X neighborhood council and not of the city of Los Angeles. I think that covers some of your concerns. It does cover.
Commissioner Murray.
We've heard extensive testimony from the city council, the neighborhood councils, that they did not have any ability to address issues that affected their district at all, basically according to the law right now. So if there was a planning issue that was happening in their neighborhood and there may be some legislation that is congruent with that, they could not submit any kind of letter, voice, or anything to any kind of body. So I think they just wanted to have more of a voice in legislative issues. And they've been told, they were told by the city, I believe, we heard testimony from Ms. York, Jamie York, that things that are very important, they're in their district, and they were not allowed to even have any input. So I think that's what this was for, not necessarily talking about Palestine or Israeli conflict, but issues that affected, they were concerned in issues that affected their particular community. They were not able to speak, and the language Commissioner Field states, directing your attention to that, the city may by ordinance create and require language to indicate the neighborhood council is speaking on behalf of the neighborhood council and not the city. So they didn't have any input at all. They were disallowed to have any input in matters that affect them. It wasn't just like random things, but things that affected their neighborhood council.
I have myself and then Commissioner Thomas in the queue. I will just say, I think, well, number one, I'm going to be voting yes. The commission voted to approve this, but I think it's not extreme. I think it's a stretch to say that they don't have a voice when talking to other government agencies, because we've even seen it when neighborhood councils come and speak in public comment. They will say, I am president of the neighborhood council of X, and I'm speaking of myself as an individual. And that's the same way that they address state assembly people, state senators, and I understand what they're saying, which is they cannot say, like, I'm speaking on behalf of the neighborhood council, this is what my neighborhood feels, but I think it is a little bit of a stretch to say that they don't exercise their voice. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but that is what they said. They said that they don't have a voice. They were very adamant about that. Let's give a real life example. I live in the San Fernando Valley, and we know, Commissioner Sanchez, that things are different for us, right? Things are different for us. And so, when ICE comes to our neighborhoods, it's different than when ICE comes to LA. There's more support when ICE comes to LA. And one of the things that I think would be important if neighborhood councils could say, as a neighborhood council, these are the impacts that ICE, and I'm giving a real life example, these are the impacts of what ICE is doing in our community. We don't have the liberty of having several Home Depots. We have a few. And if ICE is stationed at one, then no one can shop there who is undocumented. And even the people who are documented, and this is the thing that I think needs to be driven home and why the neighborhood councils are so important, because they know the people that live in these areas. They also know that when it comes to ICE, you don't have to be undocumented, that they will often follow you home and find out if your grandmother is. And so it feels very, very different in the San Fernando Valley than it does other places. And so I think to have a collective voice is important. I think it's just important to be able to say, because to be honest, when I hear neighborhood councils come up and say, I'm the president of the neighborhood council, but I'm speaking as an individual, I'm confused. I'm like, why aren't you speaking as a neighborhood council? I want to hear you. I can talk to you as an individual on the side. But you're the president of the neighborhood council, so I want to hear what's going on in the neighborhood. And I want, and so I think, and there's been a lot of criticism about neighborhood councils, but if the neighborhood council can't speak collectively, but yet they're expected to have a collective voice, it's just not fair. It's just not fair. And so that's what I would say. So I would have to agree with you, Commissioner Field. I think it is very important that we be able to say emphatically that when the neighborhood council president speaks, whomever they're speaking to, that they are speaking on behalf of the people who make up that neighborhood. They don't have to be speaking for the entire city of Los Angeles. They need to be speaking for the people who make up that neighborhood. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, just for a point of clarity, I'll add that this language isn't to give them the ability to release a statement about their thoughts on specific events. It's only if there's an active rulemaking or legislative process, they would make a statement directly related to that process. So even, I just wanted to, for the record, Commissioners Field and Thomas, they would not be able to talk about conflicts or anything like that, ICE, unless DHS was going through a rulemaking period. So it actually is a little bit more constrained than what we talked about at this dais. But to Commissioner Stein's point, it gives them a lot of lateral ability to talk to government agencies across the country, which has complications.
Commissioner Fuentes.
And just building off of that, Commissioner Murray offered a better use case example for this scenario in terms of land use, planning, those type of legislative decisions. Something else specifically that a lot of neighborhood councils mentioned was related to Zoom and teleconferencing. That was something that was passed during the pandemic that really benefited neighborhood councils, but at the same time, they couldn't speak to that issue or even show up in support of it. So it was just those kind of moments that don't make sense, which is why this is needed here.
Commissioner Levin.
I've had concerns about this clause from section 254 throughout the process. I agree that there's benefit in having neighborhood councils have more free access to put on the record their views on world events or legislation. I think, though, that neighborhood councils were envisioned to be policy advisory bodies for the city. And my largest concern with the way that this is framed is that they can become a statement mill for every federal issue that may be of interest to them. And with limited time and bandwidth that these neighborhood council members tell us they operate within, I do worry that that may take them away from their already stretched, demanding agendas, schedules that are concerned primarily and exclusively with city business. I understand that the commission has moved through a process that has brought this language to us here, but I did want to express that because while I understand, particularly for something like AB 79, where there's a direct impact to quality of life issues at the city level, the neighborhood councils may want to put on the record there would be great value in that, but I also see a lot of potential for this to be used and abused in ways, because to your point, Commissioner Andradas, there is some legislative or rulemaking process happening about just about everything at some level of government. And so there's a lot of opportunity here for this to be used and abused. I don't know what that solve would be that would clarify that it should have, you know, a direct tie to the impacts that an issue might have in their community or something similar, but I wanted to express that concern on the record.
Commissioners, is there any further discussion? Commissioner Mack.
I would like to redirect us to a different section and propose a amendment. I'm looking at section 906, certification of neighborhood council. It's the third to last page in the packet.
I'm sorry, Andrew, I didn't follow.
It's 906, certification of neighborhood council. It's the third to last page of the packet. Okay, if folks are there, my amendment would just to add 2 sentences at the end, a new section C, which would be neighborhood council elections are held every 2 years. Terms will be set by each neighborhood council bylaws. And it's not sure if that will be friendly, so if there's a second, happy to have more discussion. And second.
One second, Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
So you're inserting a new section under 906?
Yes, it will be, so under B, petitioning for certification approval, it will be a C.
Mm-hmm.
It will be elections. Neighborhood elections are held every 2 years.
Wait, slow.
Okay,
Yeah, because
I'll be
people are
slower.
like a super slower, please.
Okay, so it'll read as C, elections, period. Neighborhood elections are held every 2 years, period. Terms will be set by each neighborhood council's bylaws, period.
1 second, Commissioners. Who was the second? Commissioner Fuentes. Commissioner Field.
Yeah, and I just want to be sure I get this. Where, is this a number 7?
It's a C.
It's a C, okay, that helps. And the other thing is, I don't quite understand the use of the word terms. Do you mean like term limits? Or is it a 2-year term, or?
Term limits is what I meant.
Maybe we better say term limits.
Happy to change it to term limits.
Maybe set by the individual council. And is that true? Meaning there would be no necessary uniformity between all of them? It would be done, like Silver Lake could have a term limit of, 5 2-year terms, and Echo Park could have 20. I guess I want to be sure I understand.
Are you putting terms limits on volunteers?
So, okay, Commissioner Mack has a motion on the floor, seconded by Commissioner Fuentes. There's a number of commissioners in the queue. I see Commissioner Levin, myself, Stein, Commissioner Levin.
Just for clarity, I interpreted your motion slightly differently than Commissioner Field, so was hoping to clarify. Terms will be determined by each neighborhood council per bylaws, meaning that a neighborhood council, while elections might be held every 2 years, a neighborhood council could say members serve for 4.
Yeah, currently that's up to each individual neighborhood council.
Got
As our neighborhood council liaison.
I have a point of clarification. Neighborhood council elections are held every 2 years. Terms will be set by neighborhood council bylaws. So the term is for the length of service. So Is it the intent that all the neighborhood council elections are held at the same time?
That would be the intent of this motion. It's been done regionally in the past, so the intent of this motion is to bring greater alignment across the system there.
And then I think my understanding is that city clerk notified neighborhood councils that they're not having any elections at all, and so I think that's the intent of having this conversation here.
Well, I think we do need to be careful with putting it in the charter though, because it doesn't sound the intent is clear based on what I'm hearing just from the audience and from what commissioners are saying. So that's one thing. The other thing is I would imagine that there is a financial impact to this, considering that the council has already thought or proceeded with suspension of the elections. And that is also a concern to me. So let's continue with the discussion. Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Stein, Thomas, and then Field. Mike.
Mine's simple, even with the mic on. Did we incorporate Commissioner Field's motion as to the language of that they had to state in their letter, their speech, in any other way, that they're speaking for this particular neighborhood council? Was that a friendly amendment that was accepted? Did it just sort of slip by?
There was no amendment that was presented, but it appears that there was language. But let's do this, Commissioner Stein. Let's continue on with the discussion on the amendment, which is C, and then this new language under section 906, and then we can come back to that. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I would just say that we change the language to length of service will be determined by individual neighborhood councils. Because when we say terms, it does sound like term limits.
Commissioner Field.
Right. So I think, is it possible then that, because realistically, if someone is volunteering for the neighborhood council, and we're saying that we're making it mandatory that there be elections.
That's correct.
Why would there be flexibility in terms of the length of service? What's the objective of it?
May I? We hold elections every 2 years in the city, but people may serve for 4, so not every office is up every election.
Right, but I'm still saying could we say, if election is occurring every 2 years and a term is 4 years, so ideally someone could, if we kept that same model, then someone could be on the neighborhood council for 8 years. Is that what we're saying?
Could be on the neighborhood council for 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
There's no term limits.
The council set terms by bylaws based on the preference for their communities.
Well, if they're on there for 20 years, they keep getting reelected, what can you do? They keep getting reelected, maybe people like them. But I do think that, there should be, if we're talking about a term, if a term means 3 years or 4 years, then I'm clear on that. I wasn't clear on whether or not it was a term limit. So if we're talking about it is a term, and that's 2 years or 4 years. We got neighborhood council people here. Is it 2 years, 4 years? What is it? What's the term?
It's inconsistent. I have Commissioner Field, Fuentes, and then myself in the queue. Commissioner Field.
And this even unfortunately adds to some of our concerns, I think. I'd like to know, I don't know if anybody here tonight has this information, but I don't think they all have elections. I've heard in some cases the members are, quote, selected, or that there's sort of they don't bother with elections. There's no mandate in the current charter, the one from 1998 or 9 or whatever, that says they have to be elected. So we're kind of actually pushing quite a bit, not just on the question of how often elections are or how long people serve, but there is no mandate for elections. Do we have any idea of current practice?
If I can just address the general, it just sounds like, and this is what I was afraid of, that we're live writing a new, line into the charter as opposed to amending or fixing something. I don't know the answer to some of these questions. Staff hasn't studied this. We haven't worked on, making sure that with city attorney that it doesn't conflict with ordinances, other parts of the charter, state law. I just don't know. So that's why I would encourage commissioners that maybe this could be a good place to go and make to alter the motion to be independent as a recommendation, but to add it as charter language now, it just hasn't been vetted, which everything else in front of you has gone through such a lengthy process to get to you, including being approved already to send to charter language at this dais. So that's just my answer. Is I don't know a lot of your answers, and I won't have those answers live.
Commissioner Fuentes, myself, and Commissioner Lewis in the queue. Oh, sorry. I'll put you after Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Stein. I mentioned
I
this.
object to Mr. Caputo speaking privately at our table about issues. It doesn't matter if you ask him. That's not the protocol of the commission.
Let him go to the mic.
I have myself in the queue.
I think you should shed some light on it, though.
And Commissioner Stein. This is what I had mentioned, I think, the last time that this was raised a few meetings ago. LANCC provided a lengthy set of recommendations. There were over 30 recommendations that were provided. They were provided an opportunity to present before this commission, which they did. This was not included in their over 30 recommendations or in their presentation. And it is fairly shocking to me that they also got no commissioner they handed no commissioner any language that was well thought out. And so there are a series of problems here, and I will absolutely be voting no. Commissioner Lewis.
I actually didn't have a comment. I was going to ask if maybe Mr. Caputo could come to the mic and speak.
Nick.
I'm not trying to sway anybody, I'm just trying to answer the question. For the record, I'm not trying to sway anybody on this issue, I'm just trying to provide an answer to the question that was. Yes, appointments can happen in neighborhood councils, however, they only occur if there is a vacancy. So for example, the Hollywood Neighborhood Council,
So it's inconsistent, but that's okay. So Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Stein.
I defer to Commissioner Field.
Commissioner Field.
I think based on the fact that even if this was mentioned in the ether of this lengthy process of this commission, in effect today it comes to us as new and, to quote our executive director, unvetted, unresearched, and for that reason I think I'm not going to vote for it. We just haven't had the database we need to make this kind of change. We're hearing there's different rules at different councils, some are selected, some are elected, some are combination. I think we might just leave it alone for now.
Commissioner Morrison.
I would just say that in this language, which obviously goes back to 1999 when this was all set up, it made it very clear that everyone is supposed to submit their plan and bylaws to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, including the method by which their officers and board members are chosen. So this has been a flexible, discretionary choice. Every neighborhood council in Hollywood has a different way of doing it, as far as I can tell. And if for budgetary reasons elections are only going to be happening every 4 years, then they will have to adjust. So I'm against adding new language to the charter at this point in this issue.
Right. Well, there is already a motion on the table, which is, there's an amendment on the table. It's to add a new section 906C, neighborhood council elections are held every 2 years. Terms will be set by every neighborhood council bylaws. I will call a vote. This is just on that. This is to approve the amendment for the creation of 906C. Commissioner Andrades. Commissioner Field.
No.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
No.
Commissioner Lewis.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Morrison.
No.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
No.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
I missed this discussion, so I'm going to abstain on this.
You can abstain, but you can walk out of the room and back if you want. It's either a yes or no if you're seated at the dais by ordinance.
I'm going to vote no.
All right. Motion fails. All right, we're back at the main motion, commissioners, which is discussion on the full package of item H, which are the Dunn, Link, and BONC approved reforms. Commissioner Field and then Andrades. Commissioner Field.
Okay, and just forgive me, it's kind of a maximum clarity issue. Back to page 2, section 254, could it say, the second sentence, the city may by ordinance create and require language to indicate the neighborhood council is speaking on behalf of that specific neighborhood council and not the city? Maybe it's redundant, but it just makes it crystal clear that they're not speaking on behalf of other neighborhood councils or the whole 99, but of that specific neighborhood council. I ask if that's a friendly amendment.
And I would second that motion.
1 second. Who is the mover of the motion?
I'm not sure.
It was me. Okay, it was me. I thank you. It is friendly.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Oh, yes. Again, it's that second page of our stapled document, and it's the second sentence in red. The city may, by ordinance, create and require language to indicate the neighborhood council is speaking on behalf of that specific neighborhood council and not the city.
Could it be there?
What's
Their specific neighborhood council.
Oh, or there.
So am I to understand that all 99 could potentially go and?
Well, yes, I mean, according to this, if they all want to comment, they can comment 99 different ways on any legislation all over the country.
I have Commissioner Andrades and then Murray.
Commissioner Field, before your amendment, I tend to agree with the sentiments from Commissioner Levin, given how many government entities seek public comment and how many neighborhood councils there are 99. It could get very confusing when there are 99 entities constantly peppering government entities. The city of LA could even slip through because there are also 99, city entities. So I want to propose an amendment that might resolve this a little bit, and I don't know if I'm tweaking it, but I want to strike through the beginning where it says neighborhood councils may deliver any government agency a statement with, and it will instead say the city council may direct DON, BONC, LANCC, or other entities to request for transmission to any government agency statements from neighborhood councils with respect to legislation proposed or pending, and then it continues on.
Commissioner Andrades, that would be materially different, so I won't accept it as friendly for process, but if there's a second, we'll have discussion on it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Commissioner Levin second. So Commissioner Andrades, can you restate your motion so everyone understands what the discussion is?
Yes, it would strike through neighborhood councils may deliver to any government agency a statement with, and it would instead say.
I'm going to ask you to go slow as well.
And I'll go slow while I talk. The city council may direct DON, BONC, LANCC.
Wait,
may direct.
Do we have authority over that? No.
Fine, DON, BONC, or other entities to request for transmissal to any government agency, statements from neighborhood councils with respect to, and then the rest of the original motion would stand.
Okay, Commissioner, there's a motion and second. Commissioner Field, Fuentes, Murray on this one.
I just wanted to say,
Murray's in the queue.
I'm just being the lawyer, I think that the language is a little, I think it's not, I'm sorry, talking to Commissioner Fields, it's not legal, to me, it's not, I don't like the extra words, I think it's clear, but that's just something I had. It just gets very wordy and not precise, and that's just the
This is
nitpicky lawyer in me.
Yeah. This is what I'm gonna ask.
And I won't comment on the other one. I'm not inclined to ask you to be voting on any additions, but that's just me.
Okay, I just want to see hands. So I'll do the queue and then go. So I have Field, Fuentes, Thomas, Morrison. Was Commissioner Levin, were you in the queue? What would you say? Not yet.
I was in the queue on the main.
I know. So you know it's not on this one. You want to get in the queue on this one? Okay, and then Lewis, but the city attorney has approached, so.
So I just have a question on the motion to make sure I understand. You said that the neighborhood council may request done, BONC, et cetera. Is done, BONC, et cetera?
City council may. City council may request done, BONC, or other entities.
Okay. City council is never gonna. And so city council is not required to, and done, BONC, et cetera, is not required to do it either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Commissioner Field.
Yeah, and with true esteem and respect for my very good friend, Commissioner Andrades, I disagree with the content because this gives the power back to the council to say when they want input. I think the intent of what we have in front of us is that the neighborhood council, not the city council, thinks about SB 79 at the state level or XYZ at the city level, that they want to make a comment. I think that's the intent, and I support the intent of this. I don't support, because the way your motion is, it puts power back that the city council gets to decide if and when neighborhood councils comment. I think it's not the way I'd like to see this go.
Commissioner Fuentes, and then I have Thomas, Morrison, and Lewis in the queue. Commissioner Fuentes.
Commissioner Field covered a lot of what I was going to say, but I'll also just offer that I think the original motion itself is very clear. I don't see the confusion in the language when it comes to one single neighborhood council speaking for itself. It's very similar to the language that's already in the charter referencing community impact statements and that process as well. I think this would also accidentally create extra work for the approving bodies as well, as like an unintended consequence that would probably result in less civic participation by the neighborhood councils in the way that they want.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I want to say a couple things. The first thing is that if city council was all that interested in hearing from neighborhood councils, we wouldn't even be here. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that to this point of 99, I only wish we could have heard from 99 neighborhood councils during this process. And so I don't think that is as much of an issue as it is people in neighborhoods need a voice. Because I have yet, and understand, these are people who live in the neighborhood. These are not people who are elected officials who are untouchable. These are people that you will see in the grocery store, that you'll see walking their dogs. And that you can confront and say, why aren't you representing me in this neighborhood council? But I say that because one of the things that's clear in Los Angeles, with everyone that I've spoken to, nobody feels represented. Nobody. Now maybe it's the rich that I don't talk to as many of them. But maybe they feel represented. But certainly everyday common people do not feel like their voices are being heard in City Hall. And if we can develop, and I believe the mission of the neighborhood council at least from the colleague that I worked with at Bread for the World, who was a part of establishing this, who was one of the first organizers that got this up and running. He was very excited about it. Francisco Herrera. And he was excited because he felt like everyday common people could finally be heard in city council. We heard a city council person come here to say, and I'll never forget it, and I'm going to repeat it until I go to heaven. There are some constituencies we want public comment from, and there are some that we do not. That's my paraphrase. That's what I heard. And there are some that we would rather not. And if you really have a problem with public comment, then you should be very supportive of neighborhood councils, because that is your opportunity to hear one voice. 99 voices, not 1,100, even though they counted me several times. That is your opportunity. And so I think we have to stop seeing constituents as adversarial folk. The reason that we become adversarial is because we are not being heard. Our needs are not being addressed. You are applauded. You are celebrated when your politics line up with the street and what the people in the street want. But when your politics continue over and over and over to line up with Wall Street, that's just 1% of them. You got to deal with the other 99. And so, I like that. So deal with the other 99 of the neighborhood councils and hear what they have to say. And so, as much as I love my young brother right here, I just can't support that. Because I just found out who Dunn and Mark and all these people were when I sat in this seat. So they're wonderful people. I know the person that's over Dunn. She's a great friend of mine. But I didn't know how this all worked together. But I did know what my neighborhood council was doing, because I've gone to neighborhood council meetings. And so I just want to say, you all, let's take the spirit of this for which it was presented, which was we just want the people in our neighborhoods to be heard, because when they are heard, we are able to deliver the kinds of services that provide the kind of community that we want to live in. Thank you.
There are two commissioners in the queue, but before I want to ask Commissioner Andrade if you would
Give me one more and then I might withdraw it.
You want one more speaker?
I want one more.
Commissioner Morrison.
I want to say that I will support Commissioner Fields' amendment on the specificity, and I do believe the city is diverse in Los Angeles, from San Pedro to the North Valley, to the West Valley, to Boyle Heights, to Venice, that sometimes the canary in the coal mine might be a neighborhood council who's bringing something to our attention that we otherwise might not know about and should know about. So I support Commissioner Fields' amendment.
I have Commissioner Lewis in the queue. We're on discussion with Commissioner Andrade.
No, I would like to withdraw, and I just would like for the record to note that I was just testing, to constrain it, as Commissioner Levin said. I highly support my neighborhood council friends in our audience who have submitted public comment.
We are not done with it yet. We have Commissioner Lewis, and well, actually, we're back to the main motion. So Commissioner Levin and then Lewis. Commissioner Levin.
So I'm sorry for that.
It's actually Commissioner
Oh,
Levin.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I did want to offer a potentially friendly amendment here that is, I think, reinforcing the spirit of the motion. Would it be friendly to, after legislation proposed or pending, to include the phrase "and related to the purpose of neighborhood councils, which are to promote more citizen participation in government and make government more responsive to local needs"? My concern, as previously stated, was that the purpose of neighborhood councils is to advise the city on policy matters impacting the city. It's stated in the charters several times. And so, if we are empowering civic bodies to work on issues outside of that purview, that takes time away from the charge they have, which is about their neighborhoods and the city of Los Angeles. And so I would like, if possible, to narrow that lens and that field that they are offering, because I don't think it makes sense to limit their ability to, because there may be federal legislation that impacts local oil wells or something like that. There's a real impact on neighborhoods, but I do think it should be limited to neighborhoods.
Can you repeat the language, please?
Neighborhood councils may deliver to any governmental agency a statement with respect to legislation opposed to or pending. I'm not the change yet. Or I'll get there. I'll be slow when I get there. Or pending before that agency related to the purpose of neighborhood councils, which is to promote more citizen participation in government and make government more responsive to local needs.
That was not slow. I'm teasing, but just slower.
It's repeated 2 pages hence, section 900. But okay, after legislation proposed to or pending before that agency, insert the words related to the purpose of neighborhood councils, as stated in the charter, which is to promote more citizen participation in government and make government more responsive to local needs.
I'm going through point of order in my mind. Yes, I will accept it as friendly. Commissioner Fuentes. Sorry, Lewis and then Fuentes. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. I apologize.
So, am I struggling here with this? The language as it is to me, it seems pretty clear. I mean, I wonder if we're getting just too in the weeds with this. If there is a presentation to City Council from the Neighborhood Council, in the course of that presentation, wouldn't it become apparent where that information is coming from, the source of it, which neighborhood council district, et cetera, et cetera? Would there be this assumption that this is some kind of broad finding or recommendation from all 99 counties? I mean, I don't think so. So I don't know if we need to be that specific in our language. It seems like that would be apparent during the course of the presentation. I just think we're getting too far into the weeds just in terms of the language here. Although Commissioner Levin's language, I'd be supportive of that, just to reinforce that the purpose of the presentation itself is the advisory.
Commissioner Fuentes and then Morrison.
I was just going to offer, for reference, the language related to the community impact statements that neighborhood councils give. So, just for defining purposes, SCIS is an official adopted position by an LA neighborhood council on city legislation, policy, or land use, representing a collective voice rather than individual opinions. So I almost feel like that could be replicated here instead with the modification that Commissioner Levin raised, instead of tying it back to the purpose of neighborhood councils, but rather making it more aligned with what already exists in terms of the kind of statements that they give.
My only concern with that is that, as written, it limits the type of legislation they comment on to city legislation, and I actually think that's overly restrictive.
You're right, never mind.
Commissioner Morrison and then Thomas.
My concern with Commissioner Levin's suggestion is that who is to say that the issue is related to the purpose of neighborhood council or related to civic participation? And I want to go back to the example that was presented by Commissioner Thomas, because we're entering a world right now where we don't know what is, we're entering into a world right now where human rights are fraught and things are happening that are not necessarily observable in every neighborhood. So just use the ICE example. If the city had a policy, related to law enforcement or masks or, any number of things, and a neighborhood council wanted to bring something to everyone's attention that is unique to their neighborhood, I think they need to have the right to do that. And the other point I wanted to make, what was it? I just lost my train of thought. The point was made, well, then perhaps they would be diluted by kind of taking on these additional issues. That's the neighborhood's problem. Then vote them out, then recall them. It's like you haven't been taking care of our streetlights and our trash and our homeless problem. You've been off taking care of foreign policy issues and whatever you call it. That's the problem of the neighborhood. But I don't think we should abridge their voice.
Commissioner Thomas.
And you certainly get the spirit of it, Commissioner. For example, I don't think we have a federal, state, and local government. We pay federal, state, and local taxes. We should be able to speak on a federal, local, and state platform. Our voices should be heard. Our voices should be heard. Now, let me give you an example. The Trump administration has instituted a new way in which people will be paid SNAP benefits. They have to work 8 hours. Volunteer. Y'all like volunteers in the city of LANCC. City attorney. How in the world? What impact? People don't live in the White House. People really don't live in the White House, y'all. I don't know what's living in the White House today. But how in the world, when that happens, people are going to lose their ability to buy food? You know who's going to be on the front line dealing with that? The neighborhood councils. They're going to be distributing food. They're going to be listening to the woes of the people who live in the neighborhoods. And what we're asking them to do is to have no voice to say, no, Mr. President, we do not agree with this policy. That's what this is saying. That they can't do that. Neighborhood councils should be free to speak if they in fact represent their community. Free to speak locally, free to speak from a state level and a national level. Because the policies that are impacting Los Angeles the most today are not local policies. They're federal policies. The decimation of DEI is federal policy. And locally, folks have bought into that. People have bought into that. Do we think that's going to stop? They have a capacity to organize, and I know y'all, there may be some that don't like that word, but to gather the collective voice and vision of their individual communities. And I just don't see why that's a problem. I don't see why they should have to be limited in scope because those of us who are not impacted by the issues that they face every day don't get it. I mean, I don't even know how. I don't know why y'all do what you do, but God bless you. Because I've been to some of those meetings, and I know how they talk to y'all. You don't have the liberties that we have to have the guys in blue that intimidate people, you know. So, y'all, they've asked, it's a very simple request. As Commissioner Fuentes has already said, they already give these impact statements. Would orally or letter, and it represents the collective voice. Look at the leadership
that they have given us on this commission. What if they had not come here? What if they had not spoken? What if we'd not heard them? Our work would be incomplete. I say reward them for what we know they're capable of doing. And that is speaking collectively for their communities. We have also implemented guardrails, so to speak, so that we can avoid some of the things that some of you are concerned about. You know, but I really have a difficult time with sending the message that it's important to vote locally, because that's not what's being said. That's not what's being said.
Yeah, and nor do I think this language would preclude anything that you've listed as an example.
Okay, but I just wanted, yeah, I'm not saying that's what he's saying, but I'm saying what we say and what people hear are two different things.
Got it. Commissioner Thomas, I would like to, so commissioners, this is what I'd like to do. I don't want to stop discussion, but I do want to keep the train moving. And so I'm going to reserve my right to make a motion. Do any commissioners have any other possible amendments outside of section 254 in this package? Then I would like to do this. I'm going to, because I don't, like I said, the motion that I'm gonna propose is that we approve everything except 254, so we can clear the deck on those things and continue the discussion on 254, because I want some progress. So I'm gonna move that we approve everything in this package except for 254. Is there a second? Okay, second by Commissioner Thomas. Okay, I think so. Let's do this. So is there any discussion before I call a vote on approving the package except 254? All right, let me call a vote. Commissioner Andrades. Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
All right, so we are back to a motion to approve 254, section 254 as amended, which was Commissioner Levine's amendment. There is a second still on the table. We can continue discussion.
I just wanted to say, and I'm not saying that that's what you're saying at all. I'm just saying in terms of how it can be heard. You know, we have a very difficult time getting people involved in local elections. Very difficult time in getting them involved in local elections. Most people think that after they have voted on the federal level, that the local stuff doesn't matter. We know that that is not true. But I think we need to be both and oriented and not either or. And, you know, that's kind of the feel, you know, that I get. And I don't know if it's because of your motion that's got me thinking about the city council approving and, you know, so maybe I'm hypersensitive about neighborhood councils being ordered around by elected officials. But I do think that somebody held up I know maybe I'm not supposed to be looking at what people are doing in the audience, but I do. I pay close attention. And somebody held up worthless. That's what was held up. And I'm saying, if the folks in the neighborhood council think that the way that we're moving right, they celebrated us. They were so, honestly, the jubilance was infectious. And now they're holding up worthless. That means something we're doing wrong. And not that it's purposeful, but
I think, can we have faith in the neighborhood councils and that they're going to do exactly what you said without us having to name it? Because I don't know if the corruption exists in the neighborhood council. I think the corruption exists the higher you go up. And we give these people we've given these folks a lot of liberty. I want to tell you, I feel very uncomfortable with these people suspending folks. I feel very uncomfortable. I think they need to be suspended, but I don't know if it ought to be the city council that's doing the suspension. It might need to be the ethics committee that does the suspension. I don't know. But I feel if they are not going to politicize a suspension, if we believe that it is impossible for city council to politicize a suspension, then we are in fairy tale land. And so so that is the tenor of what I'm saying. I'm not trying to put any, because, you my guy. But I really just want us to listen to the people who do this work. That's all.
Is there any further discussion on 254 as amended?
Could it please be read out in its entirety?
Commissioner Levin, would you do the honor, please?
Yes. Neighborhood councils may deliver to any governmental agency a statement with respect to legislation proposed to or pending before the agency related to the purpose of neighborhood councils, which is to I'll take 2 pages down, which is to make government more to promote more civic participation in government and make government more responsive to local needs. Adopted through a majority vote at a publicly noticed neighborhood council board meeting, the city may, by ordinance, create and require language to indicate that the neighborhood council is speaking on behalf of the neighborhood council and not the city. Was there another?
Yeah, and on behalf of that specific neighborhood council.
On behalf of that specific neighborhood council.
And not the city. What's that? Commissioner Morrison and then Thomas.
Okay.
I just question on how you're layering these things. I thought the first friendly amendment was that specific neighborhood council. And then it got another layer of friendly amendment. Can we bifurcate those friendly amendments? Or no? So we have to vote down this amendment, then there can be a subsequent amendment. Okay, got it.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I'd like for you to put any state, local, city government entity. Oh, county too? Okay. We can put county.
Commissioner Thomas, I would just say if any governmental agency says like any, you're limiting. What if you don't include a special district? Any is better. That's fine, you want to limit it?
I know what I'm saying.
I'm okay with that.
I know what I'm saying.
So
I'm saying, if it says any, then put it in. If it means all of that, what I'm saying is that if it means all of those things, if it means state, local, city, county, then it should be no problem.
I'm not the lawyer, but.
Again, he said to be a broken record, but this is where we get into we haven't studied this, we don't know all the implications. This back and forth with various members of the audience who do know this stuff really well also is proving the point. Less is more. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
I don't think it's
But I just think that we're also at 7 o'clock. I know Commissioner.
I know it takes 5 seconds to write.
Well, nothing takes 5 seconds here, Commissioner.
State, local, city. It's a friendly amendment.
Commissioner Thomas, it's not friendly.
Because why is it not friendly? It's the same thing.
No, but if you find a second, it can be discussed. Is there a second on Commissioner Thomas's amendment? All right, seeing none, the amendment dies. Okay, we are back on 254 as amended. We got clarification. We read the motion as amended. I'm going to call for a vote. Commissioner. Okay.
That includes Mona's. I know.
Yes.
Amended by.
Yes. And that's correct.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
So the motion, if it were to fail, it's done? Or do we go back to the unamended version?
No, this is the motion as amended, so it's done. Yep. All right. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
No.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, we now move on to item 1O, language access. Commissioners, this is the stapled document that starts with Article 1, incorporation of powers. The substantial change is in the first section, section 10, on the first page, 103, delivery of services. You'll see the additions right there in red. And then on subsequent pages, it just adds language where appropriate. I'll move a motion to approve.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Stein. Discussion. Commissioner Yap.
This is more of a drafting point on the first page. I don't think we ever need consistent with applicable state and federal law. It seems odd to be using it here. So I would suggest that we strike that.
Consistent with applicable state and federal law. If I could have the city attorney come forward and ask if there's any comment on that.
Mr. Yap, that's
Wait a second.
the first, last line, correct?
Yeah, it's the last line. Consistent with applicable state and federal law, apply to basically everything we do in every line of this entire charter. So that's the feeling. It's not necessary.
So I agree with that, because if you use the word applicable, it means it's only going to apply to things that are applied to a charter city, so it really is, I think, unnecessary. I think you're correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks.
Would you like to propose a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Yep, that is friendly.
Thanks.
So we will strike consistent with applicable state and federal law. Further discussion. All right, seeing no further discussion, I will call a vote on approving item 1O, language access, as amended. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
See.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item 1P, public bank. This is the page that says miscellaneous finance, section 363, public bank, which is a new section added to the charter. I will move a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Field.
Well, I wonder if the same point might be made that we could delete the last part where it says and other applicable because it's already understood, or do we need it here because this is sort of a different animal?
Yeah, we do need it here because it's a different animal.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right. Commissioner Levin.
Can we just quickly clarify intent here?
Yes, so the intent here was that there has been, there's been a subsequent state law, and there was an interest in providing clarity that the definition of a public bank, and if policymakers ever wanted to move forward with establishing a public bank, that it would follow state law. right, seeing no further discussion, I will call a vote on approving item 1P, Public Bank. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Just to break the monotony, no.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap. Yes. Motion passes. Commissioners, I believe being circulated right now, we'll give it a second, is the packet on item 2. I want to do this, Commissioners. I would, just to make sure everyone has the opportunity, if they haven't already reviewed the documents, to have a few minutes to review it. Can we take a 10-minute recess? Yes, okay, we will reconvene at 7:20, everyone. Commissioner Andrades will be joining us. Commissioner Field.
Here.
Commissioner Fuentes will be joining us. Commissioner Levin. Here. Commissioner Lewis will be joining us. Commissioner Mack.
Here.
Commissioner Mesa is present. Commissioner Morrison.
Here.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Here.
Commissioner Stein will be joining us. Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Yap. Here. All right. Commissioners, our next items on the agenda. 2 are consideration and possible approval of potential personnel and budget charter language for final recommendation by the Commission to the Council. The first item before us is item 2A, develop a 2-year operating budget with a participatory budgeting process. Commissioner Fuentes stepped out, but Commissioner Fuentes was the main author of the motion that the staff used to craft the charter language that was approved by the Commission. So I will move a motion to approve 2A for the purposes of discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Fuentes, I was reminding everyone that you were the mover of the motion that to move this forward to charter language. Thank you for your work on that. So commissioners, I know that I have a potential amendment, but I just want to open it for discussion first. This is, for those of you in our new packet, this was at the top. It says they put A on the top left, section 2. It starts with section 291, powers and duties. It is that packet. All right, I will move forward an amendment and okay, so I'll see if there's any objection since it's my motion. But on section 312, mayor's proposed biennial budget. It's on the 3rd page. So section 312, mayor's proposed biennial budget. The first sentence reads, on or before April 20th of the calendar year immediately preceding the start of the biennial budget cycle, the mayor shall submit to council a balanced biennial budget covering the next 2 ensuing fiscal years, setting forth in summary and detail, and then it goes on. I did have the opportunity to watch the Budget and Finance Committee take place and the discussion that the Budget and Finance Committee had. They passed it, the CAO was presenting on their plan for the 2-year budget. There was, I thought, a lot of compelling arguments from the council committee members to adjust this date to April 1st. And so that's the amendment that I would like to propose. But considering I'm the mover of the motion, I don't want to automatically put it as friendly, so I'll just move that amendment and ask if there's a second. All right, second by Commissioner Andrades. So discussion is on the amendment to change April 20th to April 1st. Commissioner Field.
Could we just not vote on the whole thing at once?
Okay, yeah, I mean, is there any objection to approving the amendment? Okay,
The entire thing.
yeah, well, just the amendment, I want to get that out of the way. Is there any objection to approving the amendment? The amendment is to change the date that the mayor needs to submit the biennial budget to from April 20th to April 1st. All right, seeing no objection, we'll incorporate that amendment. Further discussion, Commissioner Lewis.
So, in that same section, section 312, the second line, there's a reference to balance biennial budget, and then section 313, the same, and wherever else there's a reference to balance budget. By balance, does that imply or assume a net zero budget? Is there any opportunity for projected surplus, even if it's just $1, whatever? But does balance, is that synonymous with net zero? That's my question.
So the city attorney could approach.
So I believe technically the answer to your question is yes, but keep in mind, if there's any extra money, it could go into the unappropriated balance. There's also a reserve, so if, the gods of fortune shine on the city and we get more money than we expect, we'll still technically balance the budget because the excess will be going to various accounts.
Thank you. Commissioner Stein.
Mine's very short and technical. We keep talking about the CAO. We approve the CFO. Shouldn't there be language in this that reflects the CFO if approved by council, if approved by the voters? Because technically that would be party responsible.
Yeah, and I've seen us do it in other charter recommendations. Let's see, city attorney or commission staff would this potential friendly amendment help that for every reference of CAO, it put, how have we done it in the other documents? CFOs, just switch out CAO to
Yes,
CFO.
that's fine. I think that's fine. It does, so what we've been doing, actually, I'm sorry, to come back. What we've been doing is when we bring separate sections that might have changed, this is a good example. So yes, sorry folks if you're listening and just lost audio and visual, that was Max's fault. When you, this is an example of, yes, you did approve a change, but because this is just an entire different section, we didn't implement all those changes in here. Because council could approve this without approving the CFO change. So this is standing on its own as a section without other changes implementing it, because this proposal is standing on its own. Does that make sense?
It does, but the opposite is true too, which is we can still put in CFO, and if council doesn't create one, then they could reinsert back CAO.
Yeah, but that was just the Max.
For CIP, it has in brackets CAO or CFO. And that was city attorney.
Yeah, I would like it to be consistent so that as the public and people in City Hall are reading the charter recommendations, it's consistent, the styling is consistent.
We can make that change.
Okay, I don't think that requires an amendment. We'll instruct.
Yes, got it.
All right, further discussion on developing a 2-year budget.
Can we check the audio real quick?
All right. I'm going to call a vote, but before I say that, thank you, Commissioner Fuentes. Thank you for I think every committee touched a multi-year budget at some point. So all of the work that has gone into this and all of the commission members. All right, so I will call a vote on approving item 2A. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
2A as amended, sorry everyone, 2A as amended. Commissioner Andrades, yes. Commissioner Field, yes. All right. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now go on to item 2B, periodic charter review. It's the next document in the packet that starts with City of Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission. I will move a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Murray. Discussion. Commissioner Mack and then Commissioner Stein.
This is quick, just for consistency from our previous item, just in section 492 on the first page, all the way at the bottom, the last paragraph in D, to just include language to keep it consistent with the language access that we talked about earlier. Where the last sentence where it says racial, ethnic, and then just add in language after.
That's friendly. So inserting language after ethnic in the last line of the first page. Any Commissioner Stein, sorry.
I do.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to give credit to everybody, the humorous statement in under 491C that the commission will have the authority to submit charter amendments directly to the voters without the approval of this council or the mayor. I don't know what you've been smoking, but that has as much chance of passing the city council as I do of flying to the moon.
I also think we probably need to strike that, correct?
So I mean, it's
Only if it's
slight
an elected.
amendment to what Justin said before when we were talking about the Ethics Commission. So it's quite clear that an elected charter commission, if it's provided for, could put things directly on the ballot. While it's not 100% clear that an appointed one could, I think we probably can, particularly if that provision is in the voter or the electorate approved charter amendment itself. So I think that's what you were starting to get at, and I think that's not a problem. Right, so slightly altering what Justin said before.
So is this so unclear? Should we remove it or not?
I don't think you have to. No. No. Right.
Legally, we don't have to.
Legally.
Okay, I just
You're
want to
talking
make
about
sure.
what is it through the councils, and I'm not addressing that.
Why don't we have to? Just, I need clarity.
So, earlier in this meeting, we've been talking about the ability of the Ethics Commission to put things directly on the ballot. And we said that couldn't occur under state law, but a charter commission could. And, sorry, Jess, but I think you said it had to be an elected charter commission. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. Right?
Okay.
Not 100% sure, but I think it's probably not the case.
So we keep,
Yes.
You have one question?
Yeah, Commissioner Stein.
Okay, under 492C, if the President Pro Tem fails to submit an appointment, the appointment shall be made by the longest-serving member of the council. Aren't there going to be a tie for that spot? How do you break the tie?
I believe that we actually, if two people.
No, this is,
Okay, so I believe the answer is, if two members took office the same day, I believe we actually look at the clerk's ledger to see when they signed, and the first one is longer serving.
This has happened. This has happened in other bodies. I can say that this has happened in Palm Beach. You have a mayor, vice mayor, and then the most senior council member at that point would chair a meeting after that, and it's literally come down to that. You gotta hold it. You gotta do straws at that point. But that's how it works.
I'm dumbstruck by that one. Okay. 492D.
The application process, I would like to amend it. I know there were many commissioners, myself included, that wanted to actually interview the candidates rather than have staff pick those candidates. So I would move to either add language, strike language, whatever is appropriate, but it will be the commission, not the staff, who interviews potential appointees.
Commissioner Stein, would this be helpful if it was something that read, the initial 8 members of the commission shall establish an application and interview process and develop criteria for the appointment of the 5 additional members of the commission?
Accept that as a
Great. We will consider that friendly then.
Okay. E, I would ask to strike in its entirety. A member of the commission who's appointed under subsection C may be removed by the appointing authority without council confirmation. Who is appointed under subsection D may be removed by 2/3 vote of the commission. I can't think of anything that would more be chilling on free speech than if a commissioner is appointed by someone and his appointee or her appointee says, oh, I don't like that, so I'm going to yank you from the commission. I mean, one of the things here, we didn't always agree on everything. But I don't think there's one of the 13 of us that really thinks that anybody should have the power to yank us unless there's really, really good cause, and just voting a different way, which this section would allow us to be removed. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Morris.
I have a question, and I didn't read this super closely. What if a commissioner just doesn't show up for meetings?
I'll accept. It's his motion. It's Ray's motion. I would suggest that that's a friendly amendment or something that's not chilling on free speech rights. I'm more concerned about getting yanked because I want to vote for X. My appointee decides, or appointer, okay, thank you, decides, well, that's not what I put him on that commission for. So you're gone.
I'm just wondering if in this initial part where you talked about the 8 members shall establish an application process and interview process. And the only thing I'd be worried about is someone who doesn't show up. You know, months go by and they don't come in meetings and you have no way to remove them. I agree with you that you don't want to create a chilling effect on free speech, but if somebody is not pulling their weight, you probably do want to move them on. So maybe could that be vested in that initial process, that maybe attendance requirements or something?
I'm looking for Melinda. She seems to have an answer.
Sorry, I was looking at our bylaws. Commissioner Murray.
I believe I agree with Commissioner Stein. We get into a really slippery slope. And I believe when we discussed removing somebody on the city council for not malfeasance, but from some other reason, it gets very, very tricky. And we also have discussed signing an unsigned resignation, which we put in here, and it kind of says the same thing. I think we just get really tricky. If somebody doesn't show up, they don't show up, and you know, yeah, we still have other people voting. I just think it gets really tricky, and I see the potential for, yeah, I don't agree with it either, because it gets really tricky.
Actual ordinance language that says
Commissioner Field.
If you're going to be removed, the council has to approve. Why is that changing?
Commissioner Field.
I just want to say, and it didn't apply, I don't know about a charter commission. It didn't apply any time this time, and I'm about 25 years ago. But the redistricting commission, this was applied, and we had more than one redistricting person removed by their original appointer. because they voted the way the appointer didn't like. So I guess I'm echoing the concern that this could be abused, shall we say. I think maybe we should substitute this whole thing and maybe delete it. I mean, maybe we don't put in writing anything about your absentee record. Just delete it.
Commission staff, I do want you to look up the current language for this body because I can't find it easily accessible. Can you read it, please?
So this is different. So this is a little different, and I think that the changes that you're talking about make sense. For the commissioners appointed by mayor, for example, the mayor can remove with council confirmation. For commissioners appointed by the commission, so Diego, the commission would have to vote to remove you. Yes, I'm picking on you, Diego. And then the council would have to also.
Are you looking for a motion?
What I need.
You know,
what I need is the exact language, please.
Exactly. I was oversimplified it. It's not. It is on our website. Can we read that section? Here we go. So, a member of the commission who is appointed by the mayor, council president, or council president pro tem under subsection A may be removed by the appointing authority with council approval. So that is a member of the commission who is appointed by subsection
Justin,
B.
you're gonna have to read slower.
Yeah. So, if you want to also see on the website, it's under.
I couldn't pull it. If you could just read it slower.
A member of the commission who is appointed by the mayor, the council president, or the council president pro tempore under subsection A may be removed by the appointing authority with council approval.
I would like to move an amendment to substitute that language for E. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, Justin, did you read it in its entirety?
No, I stopped there because that was that one section. And then again, the rest of it is so many tabs. Here. And then the rest of it, a member of the commission who is appointed under subsection B may be removed by 2/3 vote of the commission with council approval.
Okay, so we will insert similar language into item E. Then there is a second by Commissioner Stein. Discussion. Is there any? Commissioner Yap or Enfield?
It's helpful to know that what was in the original ordinance, but I think Commissioner Stein's point is still well taken, that it is a very chilling provision. So I believe it would be, at least I would support striking it in its entirety.
Commissioner Field.
I just wanted to know the difference between the revised motion and what's in front of us.
Sure. You want me to read it?
It's council confirmation.
Are that is that the removal changes are approved by the appointing authority without council confirmation. The without council confirmation is being taken out and being with council confirmation. That's change one. So just take out has to be authority with council confirmation.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yeah, I'll just like to share an example that comes from 2021. On the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, one of the commissioners was largely absent for much of the commission, especially on a critical meeting where the panel actually approved the draft maps. But despite his absence, where key lines were reworked, he was not removed, and he was absent for much of the deliberations across the city. Now, the Citizens Redistricting Commission has cited that when it's hard or impossible to remove someone, that's really negative because the people who are supposed to be reinforcing no longer, they don't have that support. So there have been a lot of good governance groups who have pushed for commissions with regard to independent redistricting, but commissions across the state to have clearly defined removal processes, because even though they could be weaponized by adding some kind of language where that person has to have For example, substantial neglect of duty, gross misconduct in office, or the inability to discharge duties so that it wouldn't implicate what Commissioner Stein said. Not having that at all, or having something that's too strict, because the Independent Redistricting Commission required the entire state senate to vote 2/3 for that, which is never going to happen on a one commission. That's really bad, because there are some people who will get appointed, not show up, and then it's really hard for quorum. And this was 2021, when there was a global pandemic, so they already had attendance issues at points. So we can just imagine, 20 years down the line, that there could be instances where this is needed.
Commissioner Thomas and then Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think, I'll just reiterate what was said. I think we should keep it because it seems there's an assumption that everyone will act in good faith, actively participate, etc. And I think we know that that's not always the case, especially, don't want to get too much into the state of our country today, but, we have someone in charge of the country who is acting in a way none of us probably thought was ever imaginable. So I think we have to leave something in place in the event someone ever conducts him or herself in a way that is just so far-fetched where there is some recourse.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I think swapping out this language for the ordinance language, I think it works. I also think that, we've had some commissioners who have come here late, and it's not their fault, and it's not their fault. He's pointing at me, it was my fault when I but, and they have made, major contributions. And so I think that, I just think we have to be careful with how we handle people who volunteer. And so, some of us don't have these kinds of stringent requirements on their jobs, and so then to come here and volunteer and have to adhere to rules and policies that you're not even accustomed to and you're volunteering could be quite a stretch. And there's also a way in which I see this quite often, where people who come to meetings think that that's the end of the work. Coming to the meeting is the beginning of the work. And so, I just think I think if there's already an ordinance that exists, I think we're in a safe zone, to continue that. And it's also important that while we're talking about the redistricting, redistricting is a big deal to elected officials. And when you're not, I don't care what rules you put in place. If an elected official appoints you and you're not for a redistricting commission and you're not voting the way that they would like for you to, I think they would have to be saints to not want to take action to remove. Because it's a very, very serious thing. It impacts whether or not they'll win their next election. And so I think that's different from what we're dealing with. What we're dealing with is going to come into play 30 years from now. And so I think we would do well, since it seems to be a consensus that there should be something in place. I think there already is, and I think we just point back to what there already is. And so I would be inclined to vote in favor of the motion.
All right, I'm going to call a vote on substituting the language from the ordinance that established this body into section 492E. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
No.
Motion passes. Amendment passes. We go on to the main motion.
I still have another
amended.
comment.
Yep.
Some very bad.
Commissioner Stein.
493A, the commission shall have an executive director who shall be appointed by the members of the commission. I can't use a nasty word, and it's not about you, Justin. But that just seems backwards. You have to have an executive director first before the electeds appoint their officials, their appointees, and the members of the commission select their 5 members. I mean, who's going to do all those things if the commission has to hire an executive director? I mean, I don't know how it got in there, and however it did, I would love to hear what the explanation is, just to see if I'm reading it right or reading it wrong.
I just know, because I've had conversations with them, George Kiefer hired Rich Sonnenschein, and Erwin Cherminsky actually ran the commission as like the ED, and they actually never got an executive director for the elected charter reform commission. They had a policy director, and Erwin pretty much ran the thing as like the ED and chair of the elected. So, I mean, it can happen, for the commission to be formulated, and they go through a hiring process for the executive director. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a best practice, but it's been done.
Yeah, the Ethics Commission does hire the executive. Well, usually, I'm not speaking, right? The Ethics Commission does hire the executive director, but the terms are longer. So it's kind of the same, but it's a little bit different.
It would be like 2021 redistricting with a CLA with staff and support until they actually hire. It took like 4 months for them to hire.
I would move, this is your motion, right?
That's correct.
I would move to strike A. I don't know if there'll be a second and 7 votes to go along with it.
They were on
It's
493.
493 subsection A. And everything else after that would be renumbered accordingly. Every letter.
Commissioner Stein has made an amendment to strike 493A. Is there a second? Who is this? Commissioner Morrison. Got it. All right, so discussion on 493A, on striking 493A. Commissioner Field.
Question. So if we take that out, we leave completely blank the process of getting an ED? We don't substitute something like there shall be an interim ED appointed by whoever, but the commission shall have the option to choose their own ED once they are convened. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you take it out, it kind of leaves it blank, right?
Commissioner Murray.
I just had a question. Did the mayor appoint the current executive director?
The mayor and the council president.
The mayor and the council president.
Commissioner Thomas.
Could I ask one question? Justin, do you have to be confirmed
Yeah.
by the council?
Yes.
Again, council president and mayor appointed me, and I had to be confirmed by the council.
And that's on the majority vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner
That's
Thomas.
why we've been kicking him ever since, because for that very reason. Because I think, I like the fact of, but I do think that it is important to have someone who the commission, I would say confirmed by the commission also. Because I do think that it's important. But I don't know if you wait on the commission, and I don't know whether or not the commission is better capable of choosing an executive director for a commission than the mayor or the president of the city council. Could be, I don't know. But I do think that there is
there needs to be a role, I think, in the hiring process. I don't know if it is I don't know if it's an interview with the commission, if it's confirmation by the commission, but I think you get around some of the things that happen early on if you do that. I think that was probably the intent of saying that the commission should hire the executive director, because I think that people may have felt like they were representing the interest of the mayor because the mayor appointed them. I know I've said it. So I can own mine. I don't have any problem with mine. So I think that's a way to offset that, you know.
Commissioner, so I'm going to reserve my right to make a substitute amendment. I'm going to float something that I think captures what we're trying to achieve here. I think there is a clear intent that we want the commission to have the authority to hire or appoint its executive director for the independence of the commission. We also don't want to just leave it completely blank. We want to provide a process. Commissioner Stein, you haven't struck me now. My substitute amendment that I'm going to move, and you tell me if it's friendly or not, is it would add a phrase at the beginning of A that says the Chief Legislative Analyst Office shall provide staff support until the commission shall have an executive director who shall be appointed by the members of the commission.
I'll say that.
Is that friendly?
Yes.
Okay, so that's friendly. So let me just read that again for commissioners and for the staff. So on 493A, it would add a phrase at the beginning. The Chief Legislative Analyst Office shall provide staff support until, and then it would continue as read, the commission shall have an executive director who shall be appointed by the members of the commission. Commissioner Thomas.
I was second.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Stein said it was friendly, so that is the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to approving the amendment? All right, seeing none, the amendment is approved.
Why do you do that if it's a friendly amendment?
Well, so it was friendly to your amendment, but then I need to make sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It's
All right.
approved. What do you got next, Commissioner Stein? Your turn.
I'm not done yet.
And then I got your commissioner. Yeah.
This will be fairly easy. Under 493E, I'm not going to quarrel about the budget, as long as they provide meals to us. But shouldn't there be a CPI added to that, to the budget? Because since it is a living document, and it could be, 50 years before somebody ever looks at this again, that the budget would be out of scale then.
I would just ask, we had had the discussions about ballot box budgeting last week. Is this even necessary? Can we count on the city council in 10 years to figure out what this will cost, as opposed to saying something in 2026 dollars?
It took 8 months for the redistricting commission to get their full budget.
Commissioner Stein, for the purposes of discussion, can you put forward an amendment and see if there's a second? If you want to.
In subsection E of 493, that such sum of $2.5 million shall be indexed to the Consumer Price Index for Southern California.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Yap seconds. Alrighty, discussion. I will just say, you all know my response. I will be voting no on this amendment, and you all know why. So, next up, who wants to go next?
Because you don't like Justin.
All right, I can also, we can call a vote. so look, so there's been an amendment to section 493E to add that the amount be indexed to CPI. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
I just need to understand, we're leaving in the 2.5 million and adding the language about adjusted like every 10 years? Or what are we doing?
With the CPI.
With the CPI.
Okay, but this dollar amount is the starting.
Correct.
10 years from now. Okay, yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
No.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Morrison.
No.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioner Yap.
So this comment is about in section 492, and recognizing that having 8 of the 13 be appointed gives a near super majority that's very close to the 2/3 that is triggered from time to time. So what I'm proposing is that the mayor's appointment go down from 4 members to 2, so that the appointed number would be an initial 6 members that would then choose 7 additional members in accordance with 4092D. And this would allow a significant number, which is 6 of the 13, not quite a majority, but very nearly a majority, to begin the commission process, and then have a small majority be of those that have been we'll say, selected through an application and interview process by the initial 6.
Commissioner Field.
I think the problem is quorum's going to be 7, no matter what. So if you only have 6 initial ones, they can't conduct business. So you either have to go with 3 for the mayor and 2 and 2, but you can't do 6 because we wouldn't be able to convene at all. Unless, that's right.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. So changing the numbers would change, we'd have to go back and study and change the numbers and see what the applicability of other sections of the charter, how that would be impacted, because the point you have to start with the initial body that can be quorum for the entire body. Not 100% sure, don't know the answer, so that's why we would have to study it, and but that's one of the reasons we brought it to you this way. 1, mirrors the ordinance, and 2, it starts off with a body that has quorum.
I was going to ask if we have a city attorney to weigh in on that. Is there a way we can know? Can we start? So we're saying we can't start with 6 because we need 7 for an action.
So we'd have to more seriously rewrite it to indicate that there's an initial body that's smaller and that has therefore a smaller quorum requirement, and then the body changes into a larger one with a larger quorum requirement. We can do that, but I can't rewrite that on the fly right now here. Right? That's too much.
Oh, I see. So the possibility, just to address Commissioner Field's point, is that we could have an initial body that could be 6 or even 3, let's say, that would select the remainder, that would select the rest.
Yeah, we could define the relevant bodies and thus the quorums that are going to go along with that, but
To be sure, we're not 100% sure.
Well, I'm pretty darn confident that I can rewrite this to make that work.
I see.
But I cannot do that here, right? You're asking for change. It's beyond what can occur at this meeting.
Okay, but at least the concept is that the initial 6, choosing the 7 for the broader body so that you have effectively a unappointed, a non-appointed, or independently selected, to the extent that can be independent, majority for the Charter Reform Commission. That's a possibility.
I believe I could draft it.
Okay.
Actually, that.
Great, thank you. So that's the concept.
Okay, I'm gonna put myself in the queue. Well, I disagree with the underlying concept and perhaps some They have not been stated, but some potential assumptions. Well, that's correct.
I'll second.
Okay. So there's an amendment. Well, actually, there's no motion because there's no actual language that's been presented. So we'll see if that does change. However, I disagree with the underlying concept. From what I heard is there's a supermajority. I think you sentence cut off, but I imagine you said an almost supermajority, maybe of appointees from elected officials. That leads me to believe that maybe there is a concept or thought that appointees from elected officials are not completely impartial and perhaps beholden to their appointing authorities. And so therefore there needs to be a majority of a makeup which is selected independently by the commission. I think this very experience shows that that's not the case. I mean, we selected probably some of the most outspoken commissioners through the application process of the original 8 appointees. I have disclosed the amount of times that I have talked to the mayor through this process. I can guarantee you I would have liked to have better communication with the mayor's office. So yeah, I definitely disagree with the underlying concept of this not yet fashioned amendment. Commissioner Morrison.
I would agree. I also understand from talking to some of you that initial process of having to go through applications and select people was time consuming, and they even slowed down the initial start of the process. But also with the ex parte communication, protection in here, I also would suggest that the commissioners are not beholden to their appointed body.
All right, well, we do need an amendment to continue discussion, so I would offer any commissioner who actually wants to put forward an amendment to do so, otherwise we continue discussion on the main motion. Is there an amendment that a commissioner would like to put forward?
I'll put forth an amendment proposal, which would be to reduce the number of the mayor appointees from 4 to 2, and to increase the number of those selected from 5 to 7, with the understanding that the city attorney's office would draft language to allow the action to be taken by that group of 6. And
is there a second? Commissioner Flanagan.
Second.
Commissioner,
Yeah, just going to whether there's a view that this particular commission or the actions by these appointed commissioners or non-appointed commissioners is not to say that as a general matter, for independent commissions to operate, you would have a majority that is not appointed by any particular party. So that's just sort of basic structural influence that exists, whether anyone can say in their individual capacity that they are not swayed by such a thing. There's still a structure by which an appointment is different from an independent selection. The fact that the appointed commissioners selected fairly outspoken independent ones still reflects that those fairly outspoken independent ones were in a significant minority in this commission. So I think this allows some greater balance where the appointed commissioners are 6 and the majority are independently selected by that commission.
Commissioner Field and then Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Field.
It's unfortunate that apparently this is our last meeting, and I can't support this because I can't figure out how a quorum of 7 can start with 6. I mean, we had 8 of us, and I think we were all here pretty much those first meetings, and we didn't have, by the way, Commissioner Morris, hardly any time to make our selection. It was extremely high pressure rush We got resumes, and like by the next day, we had to decide. So anyway, I'm just saying, it's unfortunate this didn't come up sooner so we could hear a more fleshed out, wording from city attorney, because I just can't figure it out. So I'm just saying I'm a no on this, and also for the reasons Chairman Mesa mentioned.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I think this is a really important issue to take up. And the reason that I say that is, if the mayor had appointed me and had asked me to sign a pre-resignation letter, I probably, as I said a week or so ago, I probably would not be going to heaven in terms of my response to the mayor. And so the fact that that has happened or happens speaks volumes. The message is loud and clear. You don't have to give me a reason. I don't have to have just cause to ask you to sign a resignation, to ask you to leave this commission. It suggests overbearing influence. Now, I don't know if that happened to anybody on this commission, but that's what we've been talking about. We've been talking about the mayor's office having people sign a resignation. It it's definitely unethical, absolutely unethical. But it ought to be illegal because you're a principal.
You've put it in the charter. You've amended the charter.
We've made a recommendation.
Oh, then I would say that.
Commissioner,
did we say it was illegal?
Well, we put it in the charter.
We made a recommendation to not allow the practice of unsigned
But this is the thing though.
This would apply here, just to be clear.
And so if this would apply here, but I think the point that was made, and I love when Commissioner Mack is here because he just gets straight to the point. He's very direct, unlike me.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, I'm looking at Commissioner Mack, but I'm thinking about Commissioner Mack. I mean, yeah, that's because you ain't been here. He's straight to the point. He is direct, and to be honest, I feel like he kind of gets beat up for that. This is my feeling, and that is something that is held against him. And Commissioner Yap in no way has said the kind of things that I've said. He has not. I don't think he will. But I think he raises a very important point. Yes, we did have the discussion about this being in the charter, but it doesn't mean that it'll be in the charter. Doesn't mean that it'll be in the charter. And we're talking about intent. That's what we're talking about. And the reality is that if this is a practice that has been happening, I'm sure this is not the first mayor to do this. And I'm sure that if you were to talk to the mayor, she would have very important and valid reasons as to why she thinks this is appropriate. That she would not feel like that this is presenting some kind of undue pressure. She would probably feel like, I am the elected official, and I need to have authority. Not unlike what I've even seen pastors do. It'll make you sign it ahead of time, but they sure want to force you into a resignation, a signed resignation after the fact. And so, it's one thing to say, we've already taken care of that. It's another thing to demonize the spirit of what he said, and that's how I feel. Because what he said is absolutely true, and it matches the energy that has caused us to have to put this in the charter. It's not even something we should have to put in the charter. And so, what I would just simply say, that before we just out of hand, I'm a member of an organization, we changed our bylaws 4 times based upon our membership growth and trying to make sure that we had quorum, so that's not that much of an issue. That can be done. Even in this body, we've attempted to change bylaws to suit whatever it was that we were wanting to do. And so I would just say, I would vote in favor of it. And it has nothing to do with whether or not I think someone is doing the mayor's bidding or anybody else's bidding. It is doubling down on the message that we have been trying to articulate and that people in the audience have been trying to articulate since we started this process. That we need to be totally and completely independent. And I've even gone as far as to say, if you are, there are times when you don't look like you are. I've gone as far as to say, if you are not talking to the mayor, it certainly does look like you are. And so I think that this is a constructive way to approach this. You know, we have given the mayor significant power. We have not quivered over it. Nobody's fought against the mayor getting more power. We have given it, we've extended it, and we moved quickly on it. I think this small measure of pushback and accountability would be helpful to any mayor who is moving out of the realm of being a weak mayor.
Commissioner Thomas, can you wind it down?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to lose people.
And you get ready to lose me. Okay. You get ready to lose me. Yes. We are inching closer and closer to a strong mayoral system. And we need to be careful about that, is what I would say.
I have Commissioners Levin, Andradas, and Stein in the queue, and then I'd like to call a vote. Commissioner Levin.
Very quickly, the effective consequence of this motion would be to give together the President and President Pro Tem double the appointees of the mayor. So it switches the power structure from the mayor to the council appointees when you look at the appointed members. And just to underline, I am myself a council appointed member. If anyone has any doubts about my independence on this body, this, I think, as originally authored, reflects pretty common practice of how commissions are appointed. And I don't believe that the novel amendment that Commissioner Yap has offered substantively addresses the concerns relative to the questions that it raises for me. And I'll note it changes the balance of appointed power towards the council president and president pro tem. So that's just a different appointing body. So I will be voting no.
Commissioner Andradas.
As an at-large commissioner and having worked with everyone on this commission, I think that it's important that I categorically and unequivocally deny any allegations of political influence in this process. I think that this amendment is another in a series of baseless beliefs that think that we are not co-equal commissioners, and I will be voting no. We've had this conversation, it's been settled, and it's time to move on and not force another commission to even live with that sentiment.
Commissioner Stein.
I join with Commissioner Andres.
Mike.
I can't speak. I agree with Diego's comments, and I move
the question.
I would like to echo the same sentiment. The last time I saw Mayor Bass was at the Freedom Parade on ABC Channel 7 through my house and my living room, and there's been absolutely no communication with her or her staff. So the fact that there is an assumption that we're influenced by that body is not true, and I was not asked to sign a resignation letter, at least in my appointment.
Commissioner Fuentes?
I'll be super quick. I just wanted to appreciate Commissioner Yap's original intent in the motion. I think it's a great idea. I'd encourage, and I just want it to be on the public record, that this body might look at revisiting its appointing powers in the process that commissioners end up on this commission in the future, hopefully through this this recurring charter reform process moving forward, maybe even something comparable to the independent redistricting committee and the way that those commissioners are added. So, thank you.
All right, commissioners, I'm going to call a vote on the amendment. Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Field?
No.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levin?
No.
Commissioner Lewis?
No.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Morrison?
No.
Commissioner Murray?
Absolutely not.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Commissioner Stein?
That was a talking object.
No. He's jealous. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap?
Yes.
Motion fails. All right, we're back to the main motion, which is Commissioner Field.
Yes, on section 494, again, it's just clarity. I hope this is friendly, I'd like it to say, I'm starting on just the third line, 215 days before the date of the next scheduled city election.
215?
I'm just starting with that line, where it's 215 days. I mean, I'm not reading the whole sentence in the interest of...
What's the amendment?
The amendment would be before the date of the next scheduled city election. Because if you just say the election, what if there's a special election?
Is this 494A?
494A, yes, I'm sorry.
You mean 125 or 215? You said 215.
I'm sorry, let me read the whole first sentence, because I'm confusing people, I apologize. The commission shall transmit its recommendations for charter amendments to the city council and mayor as soon as practicable and no later than 215 days before the date of the next scheduled city election. The new words would be next scheduled city election. The reason for this clarity is, what if there's a special election in a council district or some other type of non-standard scheduled election? I think it should be crystal clear that this process is set up so that, and again, I'm thinking of the years, so the commission is seated in April of 2034, and so this would be essentially it's the next scheduled city election would be, November of, although it could be the primary. I mean, you see what I'm saying? This is leaving it kind of open. 215 days before June primary? Well, I'm sorry, I can't absorb information, but all I'm saying is I think it should be made clear, and I'm not sure if it even should be specific, the next, well, it should say the next scheduled city election, as opposed to it happening, it being misinterpreted as, oh, there's a special election in council district so-and-so, let's turn it into a charter.
That wouldn't happen.
What's that?
You couldn't do that.
How come?
But your language, I think your language is fine. Adding that, I think just clarifies that.
That's all I wanted.
For interpretation.
I just think it's a clarification, the next scheduled city election.
Well, it also helps maybe just an average reader to understand.
Say it again,
It
Jeff?
helps an average reader maybe understand.
Well, that's, yeah, I'm pretty average.
I wouldn't say that.
Can we move forward? Friendly, any further discussion on item 2B, periodic charter?
Can we move to vote?
Yes, we can. I was just seeing if there's any further discussion. Commissioner Morrison?
I had a question about at the very beginning when we talked about the application interview process. Did we already vote for that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so seeing no further discussion, I will call a vote on the motion as amended. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levin?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yak?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Chairman Mesa?
Mr. Chair, could I raise a point of personal privilege?
Mike, only if you put on your mic.
May I raise a point of personal privilege? So
Yes.
we don't lose too many members. Could we take police reform next, even though it's out of order?
That's my request, since I'm not going to last much longer, but that was the committee that I sat on.
I'm just trying to shill for you.
If there is no objection from the commission, we can move forward to police reform. And then we will go back to order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no objection, we will go to item 2, it's items 2, D, E, and F, and G. So items D, E, F, and G. Commissioners, this is...
I move the motion, so therefore...
Yeah, I'm just so that the commissioners know this is the document that says Police Department at the top, D, E, F, and G. Commissioner Stein.
I move the motion.
To approve.
To approve.
I will second. Discussion.
Okay. I have some changes that I would suggest. Since I'm moving the motion, can I determine if they're friendly or not?
Let's take it one step
I
at a
was
time.
being facetious with that, honest. In paragraph small b under 571, again, should be substituted CFO for CAO.
Wait, 571.
B2.
B2.
Starts with the evaluate the chief of police, and then 4 lines down talks about the CFO.
And puts CFO in brackets.
Okay. Now for somewhat more substantive. Under section 571C, which was originally my motion and Commissioner Thomas's motion, and I have spoken to the co-maker of the original motion. He has no objections. But I would like to make sure that there's absolute clarity that if the police commission if the council deems the police commission has to put an item onto the agenda, and after 60 days that it's approved, that there can be no misunderstanding that once it's approved, either by vote or by the passage of time, that is binding on the police commission. So the suggested language that I have, and sometimes you quote sources that you don't necessarily know that well, but going to Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez's draft letter, I would like to include in that paragraph, and I will read it, and then I'll pass it around so that everybody doesn't have to take it down. The authority of the Board of Police Commissioners is to issue such instructions shall not be exclusive and shall not supersede the authority of council to adopt ordinances governing the policies of the Chief of Police and the Police Department. In the event of a conflict between instructions issued by the Board of Police Commissioners and ordinance adopted by council, the ordinance of council shall prevail. Mr. Thomas, I have you okay with that?
You absolutely do.
Okay. So that would be one change. I'm not asking it to be a friendly, I think it is, but I'm not asking the commission to take a vote on that.
Well, let's do this. Let's put it forward as an amendment. Commissioner Thomas seconds, and let's have discussion on it. So this is adding, is this substituting anything, or just adding 2 sentences at the end?
It's clarifying, it's really clarifying rather than adding per se, because I think Commissioner Thomas and I's original motion when we wrote it, and our intent was that council could enforce the ordinance, and that even if it's passed and the police commission doesn't act upon it, the council still could do it.
And this is dealing with the fact that currently the city is in a crisis, and the chief of police and the commission refuse to hear what city council is saying. I happen to have spoken with, I won't call his name, but a high-level deputy chief. And we were talking about the role of ICE, and in his view, there's nothing that they can do because ICE is a federal agency.
Snatch your feet from the jaws of victory.
And I do have a, point of clarification. You are going to lose people, Commissioner Thomas. I don't think you want that.
Is this friendly?
No, we're having a discussion on the amendment, and you seconded it. I'm going to ask a point of clarification that I think will clean it up.
Gotcha.
And then continue to have a discussion. Okay, so Commissioner, so I've heard, I'm trying to clean this up because there is a cleanup if I can understand the intent. You had said that this is a clarification to section 571C.
Yes.
But a clarification is different from a substitute.
Yeah.
And if your intent is to substitute it, then I would actually go along with I'm not saying I agree, but I think this is cleaner for the charter. I would actually strike section C and instead insert in B1 the language, because if you see in Hugo Sir Martinez's letter, that's where the language is put so that it's cleaner in the charter. If your intent is...
You've given my intent. I'm happy with that.
Okay, so I'll offer that as a friendly amendment to clean it. I'm not yet... I want to hear the discussion on the merits of this, but I think that's cleaner because the staff are going to have to do the charter revisions. All right, so discussion continues on the amendment. I will say this, like I did last time, and I'm still thinking through my position. This is materially and substantially different. I should just, is Liz still here? I should just go on Liz's Instagram. She recorded me saying this. I should just play the recording. Section 571C as written creates a process that doesn't totally circumvent the police commission. What it says is that if council passes an ordinance, then the police commission needs to have an up or down vote on it within 60 days, and if they don't, it becomes law.
And that's what that was always our intent.
But what this amendment does is different. What it does is say, if council passes an ordinance, it is law. And there is no, if the police commission can still make policy and instructions and stuff and do its thing, but if council passes an ordinance, that's it. It supersedes the police commission. There is no additional process.
But I think that's
I just want to make sure that everyone understands what is happening with these two distinctions, and we can have a discussion on the merits of it because it is different.
Well, I'm just going to answer for myself, not for Commissioner Thomas. What is here, I believe, was my intent in drafting it, in that council would have the ability to pass ordinances and the police commission would have to approve them or disapprove them. If the police commission disapproves of the ordinance, I see what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. The council prevails.
So you're taking out all of the
That's correct.
That's,
No,
That's the amendment right now. Yeah, the amendment is, and I think you need to think about this, but currently the amendment that you said was friendly was to strike all charter, the new language in C, and instead add in B1 the language from Councilmember Soto Martinez's letter.
okay. Number one, in addressing Commissioner Murray's concern, I still would want it to have it within a 60-day
so
period.
you're gonna have to explain language.
Yeah.
Well, see, initially, when we were talking about 245E,
I'm not talking about the policy.
Yeah.
I'm talking about nuts and bolts.
Right.
Trying to get the language.
Right. So if we, in the final analysis, city council should have authority over.
Yeah, but what's the language?
Yeah.
We need to know
I
what
see
the
what
language is.
So with the 60 days, if they can't work it out,
No, that's Commissioner Thomas Levin. The language is, because you don't want the 60 days, so don't even raise the 60 days. Okay, so like, let me help you out. Like I said, I'm just trying to be hopefully an arbiter of what people are trying to accomplish. Look, I know what people are trying to accomplish. They want item 10 and not the compromise, okay?
Right.
That's what I'm like, let me help you out with what you're trying to do at least, okay? So the language would be currently in the stapled document, if you want to look at the stapled document, in B, the Board of Police Commissioners shall have the power to, and then in 1, issue instructions to the Chief of Police concerning the exercise of the authority conferred on the Chief of Police by the Charter, other than disciplinary authority conferred by Section 1070. And then it would continue on to read the exact language from the Soto Martinez letter, which is the authority of the Board of Police Commissioners to issue such instructions shall not be exclusive and shall not supersede the authority of council to adopt ordinances governing the policies of the Chief of Police and Police Department in the event of a conflict between instructions issued by the Board of Police Commissioners and ordinances adopted by the council. The ordinances of the council shall prevail. That is the language, and all of C is stricken.
Would you be more comfortable if we added a requirement that council had to do that by either a 2/3 or a 3/4, which is not a very high threshold vote?
no.
I want to see where the discussion is. Let's just tackle this like amendment that you put forward. Yes.
And I just want to say, and I appreciate that we're using council members' language, but we just haven't, I'll just preface this, we haven't vetted that along with city attorney, so we don't know necessarily the other implications. It is handy to have actual charter language here that we can pop in, but I just want to give that caveat to anyone, that we haven't looked at it, we haven't worked on it with city attorney to make sure that it aligns with other sections, laws, etc. That's just a one additional piece I want to add.
Well,
There's I think it was Commissioner Field and potentially Commissioner Morrison are looking, but Commissioner Field. Sorry, Commissioner. Apologies.
I feel like we had this conversation a couple weeks ago, so I'll be brief, but I think just reiterating that this, the current amendment on the table, and the letter from Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez, looking at B1 is the closest form of which our subcommittee, personnel and budget, was looking at and been talking about for the duration of our committee. And so I just want to reiterate that. And I think Chairman Zeb, you mentioned that this is number 10 of the original set of the police accountability reform. And so I think just clarification, I think with the original, when this original motion was put forward and we were having the discussion, I think where it got confusing was the revised Charter 245E versus not revised. And I think that was just confusing for a lot of us at this table. And so I think just want to clarify that B1 is, at least personally for myself, in the intent that we were having the conversation at the committee level before ad hoc, and that I would be in support of this amendment.
Commissioner Field.
Yeah, I'm just getting more and more confused, which is pretty normal for me. I keep reading the red part, it's listed under 571C, that is new language. And then I'm reading the couple sentences in this letter from the council member. And Chair Mesa, you were saying that it's quite different. And the way I read them both, the biggest difference I see is not having the 60-day, which I think is a really important thing to have. So I guess I want to say I'm kind of neutral about all this, but I think the makers of the motion should probably add something, I don't know exactly where, so that we retain that 60-day, because I think in our committee that was really important. We wanted there to be some kind of deadline for this process between the police commission and the council. So I don't know if one of the makers of the motion can kind of, if you want to add to the amendment, make sure that it at least meets that criteria. And maybe Chair Mesa, you could explain again how that's it.
Can I address that as a mitigatory approach?
So, if I can, I think I can explain the difference to you in a nutshell. Because I don't think the main difference is 60 days.
Correct.
I think the main difference is if there's a conflict between the commission and the charter, or the council, who wins?
That was our original intent. Our original intent was city council wins if there's a conflict. That was our original intent.
So that's council member Hugo Martinez's drafting. So
Yes,
his position,
but even with ours, what we were saying was, yes, we give the commission the ability to evaluate, deliberate, and to come to an agreement with city council, but ultimately, if they don't, the city council has the last word. That's what our original, even with 245E, that was our
so
intent.
I don't think, so in this, your staple partners, to 571C, I think the way that is drafted, it can be that the police commission wins. So let me look at the very last sentence on that page that goes over. It says, if the board of police commissioners approves the motion or ordinance or fails to disapprove the motion within the allotted time. In other words, if it does anything but disapprove it, then it takes effect. But that means if they do disapprove it, that's it. Unlike what you're talking about now, which is the language from Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez, which says, in a nutshell, if there's a disagreement, council wins.
And that was the initial intent.
Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Stein, go for it.
Okay. I think what Commissioner Thomas and I originally, when we embarked on this venture 6 months ago of talking it over, felt that if every other commission in the city is subject to council approvals, why would the police commission be different than the planning commission, EOA, LAWA, and any of those commissions? So that was I believe, the genesis of our original motion between Commissioner Thomas and myself. After that, some people thought that we weren't clear on the issue of binding, and that the police commission would have to either approve or disapprove of the motion that council, excuse me, I lean back and on the mic, of what council put onto the police commission agenda. And at that time, we decided, since council basically can do almost whatever they want with other commissions, why shouldn't they be able to do that with the police commission? And I don't think I think the way we wrote the language originally said that. Obviously, Councilman Soto Martinez doesn't agree with the absolute clarity that we thought we met. But that's the genesis of it. It was no commission should basically be treated differently than others. I mean, my understanding is the fire commission is subject to council. I'm just trying to think of public safety commissions to put it in context. And so, candidly, we thought this was a pretty easy amendment. Obviously, it's not turning out to be as easy as James and I thought, but that's the basis of it. That's where the genesis of it. That's where it came from.
So, to Commissioner Murray's point, getting to the nuts and bolts of this, what language are you looking at?
Well,
was this boiled down?
Justice Murray, I just elevated her. You wouldn't want me to be the governor, Melissa, honest. Since Commissioner Murray is the wordsmith, I think we could find a way to put the 60 days in that they have to act, because presently now, you send the motion up, it could just sit there forever, and there is no decision. And I do think that the 60 days is an important component of making the commission act on something. They're not council. Council can take a file, especially on land use cases in the past, and stick it in their desk so it never sees the light of day and never gets a vote.
I think
by it.
Commissioner Stein, Thomas, Commissioner Thomas, you definitely, let me tell you, you definitely don't want 60 days.
I don't want 60 days.
Exactly, I was going to say, Commissioner Stein, you're under the impression that your new language gives the commission the opportunity to do something different than what the council passes by ordinance. It does not. Just the authority of the Board of Police Commissioners to issue such instructions shall not be exclusive and shall not supersede the authority of the council to adopt ordinances. In the event of a conflict between instructions issued by the Board of Police Commissioners and ordinances adopted by the council, the ordinances of the council shall prevail. So in practical terms, council passes an ordinance relative to LAPD, Chief of Police, Board of Public Commissioners. It gets signed by the mayor, it becomes law, boom, that's it, no 60 days, no nothing. I'm not saying, I'm just like, want to be clear.
I like your clarity. And can we call for the vote? I mean, I think we need to call for the vote, because that is what's exactly the intent. Is that language sufficient to you, Commissioner Murray?
I'm still.
You still?
Well, you talking about yourself.
Okay.
I'm trying to look at my resources from the community people I've been discussing this with.
Commissioner Field.
You know, I still don't see that much difference between the two. The council ends up with the power, and I think we all agree they are the final authority, at least legislatively in the city. I mean, it doesn't allow for a mayoral veto, but, and I just think, again, I'm so sad that we got such a late start as a commission. That's old news, but I just am not sure that the wording sent by a very well-intentioned council member, since it hasn't been through city attorney, and here I see in red language that has been through city attorney, and to me says almost the exact same thing, maybe a little more, in a little more convoluted way. I think that's why I don't want to vote to substitute. I want to stick to what's here, that's been vetted, and essentially to me says the same thing.
It doesn't say the same thing.
Commissioner Mack.
I'm sorry,
I just wanted to provide some clarity for commissioners. If you look at the letter from Councilmember Soto Martinez, it was given to us on December 18th. So this was to our committee meeting. And so I think just reiterating, this was given to us at the committee level, and we've had discussions and deliberations on the specific item. It is the item that community has brought forth to us. It was a coalition of different community organizations that are in support of this item 10, and Councilmember Soto Martinez sent in a letter to just reaffirm that with direct language, in which our community members then, in public comment, began to point at the letter as language that they would support. And so I think I just want to clarify in terms of timeline, this is not a new letter that was given to us recently. It's been here since last year. And I can confidently say that this item was brought forth to us by community.
And the thing is that when we talked about the compromise, I didn't want to give the chief of police any more power. I really didn't, but I compromised. And the issue is, and I think the city attorney put it perfectly in terms of what our initial intent was. I didn't want the 60 days. I compromised for the 60 days because I thought that at the end of those 60 days, whatever city council wanted, based upon my understanding of planning policy, the planning ordinance, that it would come to pass. And so the only reason, and this is what I argued when I kept saying I thought it was all 14. The two most important things that came out of our committee was the pretextual stops and this. And if the pretextual stops can't be a part of the packet, then this. And so now I am excited and elated that Ted and I have come to another compromise on what the community actually wanted. This is what the constituency actually wanted. It's not just because the city council person said this. This is what they want. Every case that I have made has been, remember, Camden, New Jersey, city council and mayor having authority over the police department and making moves that were controversial but ended in what was good. And so, Ray, I'm asking that if we could move your motion in terms of substituting this language and vote on it so that we can get out of here closer to 9 o'clock.
Commissioner Morrison.
Yeah, I agree with you, and to your point, Commissioner Field, when I was reading this at the very beginning when we took the break, right in the margin I said, what if they do not approve? It just sets up confusion, it sets up consternation. This language is unequivocal, and I support it.
All right, I'll call for the cheers from the audience.
All right, I'm going to call a vote on the amendment. The amendment is in the language that is presented before us on police department is to strike C in its entirety, and at the end of B1, add the language from Council Hugo Soto Martinez's letter. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
No.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah.
Commissioner Matt.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Amendment passes. Agreed. So we now move on to the main motion as amended, which is the approval of D, E, F, and G. Further discussion, commissioners?
I think there's one other, and I credit this coming up with the concept of.
Can't hear me. There's another change concerning the insurance, and I give all the credit to the issue of insurance to Commissioner Thomas, who came up with the idea, never tried to claim it was his originally, but that he had seen it.
And the more I dug into it, I found two conclusions that overwhelmingly, it seems, the rank and file would love to have $1 million worth of liability insurance to protect themselves. That the cost of it, though, the $20 per month, is really a dream. If we raise it to $50 a month, it's still a dream. One expert says it could cost the city up to $385 million annually to do it, and I don't know if that's true or not.
Not.
So, let me finish there. So, I want to just leave it in, increase the amount to $50 a month from $20 a month, and let council decide the financial part of it, of how they can find liability insurance for each police officer without literally breaking the bank.
So what is your amendment?
Just, I guess, as of now, it's raise it to $50 per month with an instruction to council to do a thorough investigation of what coverage is available and how we can cover our officers.
And it's important to know.
Can we just real quick, Commissioner Stein, we know we need like exact language at this time, so.
Okay, so one not to exceed $50 per month.
$50.
That one's easy, I can handle that.
Yep.
That's it.
And I'll leave it with that because council's smart enough to figure out if they can't get it for that, they have to come up with another solution.
And I would like to say that a former LAPD officer actually purchased this insurance. So this is not the anomaly that folks are saying that it is. And there are more and more companies that are jumping in the fray, wanting to do this. And so this is a really, really good opportunity for us as the city of LA to provide that kind of opportunity.
Commissioner Lewis.
Is the main point of this to save the city money and event cops act up? Basically.
The main point is to save the city money, but also
and put it on the cops for being accountable.
But also to protect so that officers have special protection, because one of the things that happens is that I never say this. Well, I guess I am saying this publicly, but I'll put it like this: I have relatives, I have loved ones that are in law enforcement, and they've never had an incident. They have never harmed anybody. They've never been up before any kind of disciplinary board. But there's always this thought lingering that at any moment you could be. And we know that some of these lawsuits that are being filed are not just about police harassment or brutality. Some of them are officers. I mean, somebody just sued. An officer just won a case.
Yeah, so we're just saying that part, but it's important to know that this is... Pause. Let's have to bring back on.
Okay. It's just important to note that it serves dual purposes. And so, and to know that even the rank and file are interested in this. I mean, we are weird bed partners in this, I think. As I,
I think you've answered the question sufficiently.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis, sufficient? Yeah, okay, all right, great. Is there any objection to substituting $50 with 20? I mean, 20 with 50. All right, seeing none, we will approve that amendment. Any further discussion on the motion as amended?
Ask the city attorney one question. That's item F. What is a non-individual personnel decision?
Mike.
Sorry. What is a non-individual individual personnel decision.
Policies related to personnel.
I think that is general policies for personnel and not individualized determinations.
And could I ask where that came from? Because I don't remember that being part of.
And I do know that.
Oh, excuse me, I'm on F of
245.
Thank you, Commissioner Justice Murray.
Oh, I see, it explains in the piece connection.
Can't hear you.
Said the next sentence explains it. The council should not be limited to veto of actions of the Board of Commissioners or actions of the board that are unrelated to individual personnel decisions. So I think what it's attempting to say is one of the concerns has been, you know, can city council enter into or can they fire?
Commissioner Thomas, I think we're ready to call the vote.
Oh, well, let's call the vote.
Some more.
Yeah, I'm fine with that explanation.
Any further
That's
discussion on the motion as amended? All right, seeing none, I am going to call a vote on the motion as amended. This is for approving items 2D, E, F, and G as amended. Commissioner Andrades.
Yeah.
Commissioner Field is not with us. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap. Yes. Motion passes. We now move on to item 2C. That's the only remaining item in item 2, which is procurement and proprietary
Chairman.
approved reforms.
Did we finish up 2B? Is that when we were circling back?
Yeah, we finished up periodic charter review.
Okay.
Yep. So we are on to C. This is the document that has C. It says section 371 competitive bidding.
I move
Commissioner Stein.
I move approval of the motion. I make the motion to approve the language.
I second. Right.
Like always, I have something to say.
As long as you have actual language.
I do.
What?
On the second paragraph where it talks about furnishing security for performance and best value, I would want to add the language, I've got to read my own writing, which is something subject to prior and future project labor agreements.
Subject to prior. Future project. Is there any objection to adding that language, commissioners? All right, seeing none, that is added. Commissioner, any other further discussion, commissioners? On item 2C? Yes, we'll repeat it. So, in section 371, in the second paragraph, it will read over the entire section. Contract shall be let to the responsive and responsible bidder furnishing satisfactory security for performance and best value subject to prior and future project labor agreements. Yes?
Yeah, we're looking, but I don't know if project labor agreements are even in the charter. It could be a thing by ordinance. But we're looking, I don't know. Again, this falls under the I don't know. And if you insert it here, you could be, I don't know what state law, what federal law. There are a lot of that. This is someone who's been through unions myself. I don't know the implications of this, so I would just hesitate to do this other than priorities. Yeah, it's not in the chart. So you'd be inserting project labor agreements into the chart.
Yes.
Okay. That is something we have not studied. It is not something that has been discussed at all.
I could go. Since my chair has told me I have to figure out what words to use in it, that was the first that came to mind to get through the intent. The intent is that when you find what is the best value, there are any number of things that go into it. You know, I know we're getting away from cheapest bid, which is good, but there's still any number of things to evaluate. And I think by inserting the project labor agreement to this one part, it sort of answers my questions of how to determine best value.
I hear you, but I just think there are a lot of legal implications that I don't have the answers to today. I'm gonna step aside and let another lawyer speak.
And you know what? If the council comes up with a better way, they can change it.
So, first off, I think that PLA is growing really relevant to construction contracts. They're not going to apply to everything.
The PLA is construction.
Yes.
And so I'm going to tell you what I think, but I'm not sure of, right? What I think, but I'm not sure of, is that it generally, maybe always, we're not allowed to take, for example, unionized, non-unionized into account when we're considering which bid to take. But that I won't swear to that. I will tell you this would require a lot of study of the National Labor Relations Act, which I just don't know. So I can't tell you.
I can tell you how we worked, since this will affect LAWA and the Court of LA. You know, from
I'm doing this just for LAWA.
Okay, for LAWA, from the DOT FAA standpoint, there are implications there as well that I can't answer, but I know that, you know, contracts with, depending on what administration you're looking at, contracts with PLA can be a plus or a con. I'm just saying, but on federal law, they couldn't put that into federal law PLAs, so I don't know if we can put it here. A lot of questions I don't know the answer to, so that's why I would just say, if you want to make that recommendation, you go to the appendix, that's a great place to put it. But I hear you, if you want to put it in.
Well, I'll make it easy. I've learned a long time ago the game of pass the buck. You know what my intent is. So give me some language to insert there that meets the criteria that I'm looking at, that one of the factors on best value has to be the training of the people in the construction trade that are working at it, their success in other construction projects versus an evaluation of other bidders who don't have the same amount of trading, you know, and I've done it many times in my business. Sometimes you can just be stupid and go for the lowest bid, and boy, do you pay for it afterwards. And I realize we've eliminated lowest bid, but with best value. But I still maintain that under those circumstances, there've got to be factors that are considered for best value. If you don't want to go with joint labor, project labor agreements, fine. Just give me the language that meets the goal that I'm looking to accomplish.
All right. This is a little bit like the other issue. I just can't give you that language on the fly. That's too complicated now. Of course, some of the stuff that you're talking about would be our, it sounds too fancy, but elucidation and RFP about what best value is going to constitute. But to do this on the fly right now, I cannot.
And I appreciate that, but again, we as commissioners obtain reports without a lot of time to study them and go through them. I'm probably the fortunate one on this commission because I am mostly retired, that I can sit down and I can go through all the reports and I can mark up what I don't find to be acceptable. But for my 12 colleagues, and in no way am I insinuating that they're not well informed on the issues, they don't have that same time to nitpick. Well, let's cross out this word and substitute that word. And I understand the strain that staff is under in order to try to get this language out. And the city attorney's office is under in order to get these reports out. But what you're saying, I agree with Mr. City Attorney about how you just can't give a top of the head response. But you're asking us to give a top of the head response without a lot of information beforehand and without what best value is completely undefined.
So we can try to work some of this language out for the next meeting, but then we're going to be giving you substantive new stuff then. I'm not trying to suggest that you do it on the fly either. I think what you're asking for is too complicated to safely write something, in real time in this meeting in a matter of minutes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Morrison.
I mean, my understanding is that the charter does not have to answer all the questions that will govern the city. That I get what this says. We are no longer having to be beholden to the lowest, cheapest bid. Best value, I see, let our city decide what that looks like. But I wouldn't muddy this at this point. I support the language as it's written.
Any other commissioners want to take a stab at this one? Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioner Stein, I really appreciate your work on this language. This is one of those issues that have come up in the inability for the city to be able to issue contracts in a timely manner. This at least puts it in a palpable way. Having served on Recreation and Parks several years ago, PLA was discussed after a bid was given for the most part. So while I am in agreement to PLAs and working with our labor partners, I feel that the language presented today is great language for me to approve, and I will be supporting the current language.
All right. Commissioner.
Can I at least add language where I don't want to send this back. I don't want to necessarily have another meeting because Commissioner Murray would never speak to me again. Sometimes you report to a higher power.
Microphone?
I'm glad that's not on the microphone. Can we just say after the word use, I'm trying to find it because I already flipped the page, that consideration in determining best value, I'm doing this on the fly, that they consider all factors that could define what best value is. Or maybe that's too broad. I see Commissioner Murray shaking her head at me.
Agree with Commissioner Sanchez.
Oh, so you guys are picking on the poor guy over here.
Yeah, Commissioner Morrison.
I think you run the risk of muddying the concept by trying to add more words. I think it.
Yeah, I'm just, there's a value of a well-trained construction crew and in general versus someone that has little training but is considerably cheaper.
But not every bid is a construction bid.
Pardon?
Not every bid is a construction bid.
No, but the ones that blow up, a great percentage of them anymore, especially as we're going through
Could we call
the remodeling and the master plan for the airport.
How about if it said the city attorney council where it says for performance and best value, including, like it say like comma, including.
Oh, now you want me again to say.
What is it, staff training?
Including objective evaluation.
So, the only thing I'm worried about is that there's something that it makes me worried that that's a little vague. When you present the possibility, everything that could be part of best value, I'm worried that we may get challenged. It's like using the word best practices, and suddenly we're challenged that we haven't considered everything. I mean, you are certainly free to put in what you want, but I'm worried that I don't really know how to advise you on the spot on this. And you may put something in that creates a problem. Now, you can do it, and we have time with council, they could alter it, but I'm trying to make sure that you get the best product you can.
All right, I think I have a potential compromise to Commissioner Thomas. Not compromise.
Yeah, it's a compromise.
No, I think off round.
Because you know, when you say best value, I'm thinking racial equity as a good value. And so I think we have to be careful. Because when you're saying best value, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking small over large. So there's a lot that I think is there. So
I'm going to propose an off-ramp, which is that we instruct the commission staff to add some language in the appendix articulating the intent that Commissioner Stein is trying to achieve, and council can figure it out. Yeah. Commissioner Stein, are you fine with that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, is there any?
I'm fine with that.
Is there any objection? All right, seeing no objection, we will go that way. So the language is as written here. Is there any further discussion on item 2C? All right, seeing none, is there any objection to approving item 2C? All right, seeing none, item 2C is approved. All right, we are going to go to item number 3A, bifurcation of the city attorney. Commissioner Andrades, would you like to tee it up?
Yeah, this is language on bifurcating the city attorney's office. It will do many things, and one of them is reduce the potential for politicization, because one will be an elected city prosecutor who handles misdemeanors, and the second would be a different attorney who is appointed and is counsel to city entities such as the city council, who in themselves are appointed.
Commissioner Murray.
I have a technical amendment on page 3, compensation of elected officers and limitation of outside activities. Section A1, it says members of the city council should be paid a salary equal to that prescribed by law for judges of the municipal court. It's now the superior court. So municipal should be changed to superior. And also, in the third paragraph, the controller shall be responsible for ascertaining the salary of superior court, or municipal. That's just a technicality. There is no municipal court in the city of Los Angeles. So that's it, sorry. I lost sleep on this because the first time I read through the charter, I noticed it, but I couldn't find it again, so thank you.
All right, let's do this. So I'll move a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Thomas. We'll take that as a friendly amendment.
May I go through a few things?
Yes.
52 pages worth of a few things?
No.
First of all, my daughters and my wife would kill me as well as Commissioner Lewis pointed this out at another meeting, there is such a thing as the city attorney being a female. And there are a number of references in here to he can do this, he can do that. I would move that all of those references be changed to he or she can do that. And that way I'll be able to sleep in the same bed with my wife tonight.
That is friendly.
Okay. I feel sorry for staff on this. And I'm saying that for a reason. I just take up space.
No worries.
They were at, not you, your staff, I'm feeling sorry for. You guys had to write this up without the help of the city attorney because of a conflict, where by the time that the city attorney finally authorized that we could hire outside counsel, it was way too long. And we wouldn't be able to do that. And so, other than you, Justin, who is an attorney, the rest of your staff is dealing with things in la la land as far as most of them were probably concerned. Like on the powers and duties of the city prosecutor, does this include gang injunctions? If it doesn't, and I know gang injunctions are a controversial item, and there's court decisions that have ruled against gang injunctions, but it is something that's in the city prosecutor's tool shed and should be added to it. In the next paragraph,
is that?
I think they've been outlawed for the most part.
Totally?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected by
It's been litigated. But there was a
current
very
prosecutor
robust,
over an old
yeah,
prosecutor.
there was a very robust city attorney and DA gang injunction.
Okay, in the next paragraph, B under powers and duties, we're saying certain things can't be done by the city prosecutor, but we're saying they can be done by ethics. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me, and they can't be done by the controller. There just seems to be an inconsistency of what we've written. This would be under 271B. Again, we can leave this to council to sort it out if you choose. Oh my God, I can't even read all these. Okay, I would ask to strike in paragraph F the word city manager. We don't have a city manager in the city of Los Angeles. Obviously, staff did their best and looked at ordinances from other jurisdictions and put that in, and that should be stricken.
That's friendly.
Well, thank you.
But just for the proper
Yes,
processing.
you know that I don't stand on total respect for friendly and stuff. No, I'm teasing you. The city attorney now shall be appointed provided in 508. I wasn't sure what 508 was. I was too lazy to get my book. But, you know, appointed and removed, I'll skip that. It's don't have. Okay, 274 is a serious concern of mine, and it requires 2 years' experience prior to employment in the city attorney's office. I think the way that we get the best and the brightest, and maybe even Diego when he graduates from some prestigious school, to hire those people right off the bat, instead of having this 2-year requirement, and a big firm scoops up the best and the brightest, and we don't get them. I know that Burt Pines did this very successfully, and I'd like it to be that there shouldn't be any 2-year qualification, just that you pass the bar.
I think that language is specific to assistant city attorney. There are other attorneys in the office that could be hired straight out of law school, for example, but to have the title of assistant city attorney, I think that's the reason that particular language was there.
Assistant city attorney, yeah.
Okay, can you run this by me one more time, Justin?
Carrie, did you understand?
No, I say, it says each assistant city attorney, all caps, which speaks to a particular role, as opposed to the first sentence, he or she may.
Yes, and that's already in the charter. That is existing in the charter. There are other attorneys in the city attorney's office that don't have that title. This is already existing. This is pre-existing. And how it
Again, this is picky, but what the hell? What the heck is first the Inspector General or
what page
I'm trying to look, is first among others.
Where are you?
I'm on page 10 and trying to read.
That's the Inspector General, yeah, so are we skipping here?
No, this isn't in the.
You're on page 10?
Yeah, I'm on page 10. Flying along when you have a good time. Again, I'm rushing doing this. I can't find the precise language right now, but there's language, something that they should be first among.
I think that's the Inspector General.
Oh, in the city attorney, I think I know what section you're talking about, in the authority of the city attorney. I think I know what section you're talking about. Hold on. It's basically, is it the section where it basically says that the city attorney is the chief legal and sole legal authority for the city? Is it that section? Chief and sole?
I'm going to pass on it.
Okay, fantastic. So exclusive.
There's all this language about campaign contributions, and shouldn't that be subject to our previous actions that we've taken? On page, thank you, on page 14, 3, 4, and it goes from 4 to, I thought we gave ethics earlier the ability to reset the amount of campaign contributions. This comes back where it's $1,000 to the mayor and $500 to council. And for someone who contributes to campaigns, I would love to remain at $500 and $1,000. But I thought we gave that power to ethics to adjust it. And I think we can add just a simple language, subject to adjustments as made by the Ethics Commission, or the language that we used in that. Is that friendly?
So you're on, sorry.
I'm on 14, on
Section
3.
campaign contribution limitations.
But specifically, he's on 3 and 4.
3 and 4. And you're saying that's been previously amended.
I can tell you that candidates running for council don't just ask for $500.
I hear it.
That's from personal experience.
I'm just curious if this is all existing charter language, why are we talking about it?
It is
right
existing,
now?
but if I'm remembering correctly, we changed it with a provision that ethics could increase the amount of contributions for candidates for the citywides as well as for the council offices. And it's not reflected here.
Yeah, it's not, I think in part it's not reflected because, again, there were some sections where we didn't necessarily ven and marry all the sections because if this is pulled out and approved by the council separately, as opposed to other things, that's why it's like that. And then once this, if council does approve those other things and this, they would marry it at that time. I'll let them.
Campaign contributions are currently adjusted, so
Okay, I'm just trying to stay consistent within the document.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're saying is already taken care of, though.
This section also isn't enforced because aggregate limits are not. But in this case,
Civil enforcement, page 22, I thought we raised that to $12,000 or $15,000 on fines.
Again, if that's reflected in previous votes, let's see, this is like.
I'm just saying to keep,
Yep,
try to keep the document consistent is all I'm asking without.
How about this, Commissioner Stein? Why don't we do a friendly amendment that we will make the document consistent with previously adopted charter revisions of this commission?
You win.
Amendment is friendly, without objection. Commissioner Stein, I'm gonna, will you continue going through the document? Commissioner Andradas.
I can ask a quick question. I was going through this. Can you actually specify the requirement now to be the legal counsel for the city or city attorney? Do you have to be barred? Because I know that we said minimum qualification may be changed. What was the specific change?
Hold on, let me make sure I quoted correctly. Qualifications. Here, prosecutor section. Oh, the qualifications changed. Stayed the same. It's the qualifications, other than the qualifications to run are the same qualifications to hold the office, to be appointed to the office.
So you didn't change anything?
I don't believe we did. We did have to, and we did copy most of those if not all of those qualifications into the new city prosecutor role, I believe.
I just remember that when we had pushed this forward, we specified minimum qualifications were up to you so that if there was an individual who had previously maintained their bar, but they weren't an active barred lawyer, that could change. So you just chose not to.
I think we're presenting it as is, but that's something that can be modified.
Commissioner Reed.
I don't know what page it's on, and I don't know what
neither do I.
It is on page 4.
On page 33, adjustment of limits, it talked like that was going to be done for LAUSD, but it didn't say that it would be done for the city of Los Angeles. And I read it a couple of times, making sure in my mind that I wasn't misreading it. And
oh, sorry. Yeah. So these are sections I think that are generally just pulled to show that when at the earlier in the section there are changes based on city prosecutor or city attorney title changes, but we didn't go through again to make changes to reflect what's already been voted on in certain parts by other actions of the commission.
And we will.
But we'll move to rectify it.
Commissioner Andradas.
I do have an amendment. I would like to strike through on page 4, section 270 under
One second. Wait, page 4?
Page 4, section 270 under qualifications. It says, for at least 5 years immediately preceding their election. I would like to strike through immediately preceding their election. This would allow an individual who has been barred for 5 years but did not have an active bar license immediately preceding their election to then run for city prosecutor. I would like, and then I would, the second part of this amendment is the same place that this language appears in the city attorney, that change is reflected there as well. In the rationale, a lot of people, councils, sometimes elected officials, they don't maintain their bar licensure, even though they have been licensed for many years before.
And that's page 6 for city attorney. For those of you tracking. For page 4 and page 6, you're removing immediately preceding.
Yeah, immediately preceding their election, correct, yes.
Okay.
And this was discussed previously.
Sorry, I should remember this. Who is the mover of the motion for this stuff? Was it me or Stein? Kate, you're on?
It was, sorry, the motion itself was moved by you, but we were.
Okay, that's fine. So, yeah, that's right.
I'm done.
Further discussion, commissioners, on bifurcation? Commissioner Yap.
I'd like to understand better what the Commissioner Andrade's amendment is trying to get at. Would someone who doesn't have a bar that is active, but let's say was a bar lawyer 5 years, 20 years ago, then is that who we're trying to capture?
Kind of. Let's say I was city council member, and 10 years ago I had been I had been a prosecutor in LA, and I had a bar license for 5 years plus. I'm still a lawyer, and as long as I want to run for office, I would just rebar, and then I would be eligible the next election. I don't have to have 5 consecutive years of being barred. And there are other people beyond elected officials that would affect, like people who are counsel at, the Brennan Center, like really large nonprofits. A lot of them don't maintain their bar licensure unless they're active litigators.
So this would be an active litigator?
It was also accepted as friendly, so.
This would be an active litigator, right?
Well, yes, but
So
it's
we
the
would
people's
expect,
choice to decide.
we would expect this lawyer to be a qualified bar lawyer at the time of needing to appear on behalf of the state.
Correct. That's why I only subtracted immediately preceding their election, because it still says in the first part they must be qualified to practice in all courts, so they would have to be barred to run.
I see. So barred at the time of election.
Exactly. Yeah.
But not for the 5 years immediately preceding.
Yeah, just 5 years.
At any time
Exactly.
in the professional history of that
Yeah,
person.
exactly.
Thanks.
All right, any additional discussion on item 3A? All right, seeing no additional discussion, I'm going to call a vote on the motion as amended. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field is not present. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine's not present. Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item.
Clean up section 710.
We now move on to item 3C.
The appointed city attorney appointed by the mayor, discretion over that.
Okay. Increase mayoral powers. Everyone, this is the document that says B at the top, section 214, creation of additional departments and officers. I'm going to move this with a modification. Let me go to the page, commissioners. Yeah, I'll give commissioners a second to find it in our stack of paper.
This is a fucking staff mistake. They didn't fucking none of them. Move to clean it up. Where is it?
All right, so it's the document that's stapled that begins with section 214.
Yeah, but
And then, now that most commissioners have found it, I'm going to move to the second page on item L and strike out the last phrase, which shall not require a second to be considered. And then I'm going to move this forward for approval. Is there a second? Which L? Yeah, okay. Second by Commissioner Andrades. Discussion.
Can you state what the L is?
Yeah, no problem. So I'll read L as it's formally written, and then the change, and then the rationale. So L currently was written originally introduce a motion to propose an action of the council by ordinance, order, or resolution during any meeting of the council, which shall not require a second to be considered. I struck which shall not require a second to be considered. And the reason I did is, it's basic parliamentary procedure that a motion should have a second, otherwise the body shouldn't even consider it if there's not a second. Like, there's no reason that the mayor, if it's something important, will not be able to find a second. And if a mayor cannot, then what's the point? So that modification was moved as part of the main motion. Any other discussion on item 3B? All right, seeing none, I will call a vote on item 3B. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes?
No.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Mack?
No.
Commissioner Mesa votes yes. Commissioner Morrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Yap?
No.
Motion passes. All right, we now move on to item number 4A. This is item that got brought back to us, so it could be continued working on. This is the floor area ratio. Commissioner Murray, would you like to say anything?
No, but let me read it through because I think what I was looking at, the language was not. Give me just 1 second, please. The language says, if I could get some clarification on the red line, unless as amended by the council or otherwise amended by the council. That just seems like poor usage.
What does that mean?
Redundant, yeah.
Yeah, am I missing something? It just doesn't flow well.
1 second, staff are consulting, and I believe we have something from the plan.
Thank you. We will look forward to your bill, Councilor. You're correct. That is a typo, and that can be removed by a friendly amendment.
Which part?
I think the second part is correct. Yeah. So the first part is correct. I'm sorry. The first part is a typo. Unless amended by the council, strike that. We want to have or otherwise amended by council.
Unless.
Okay. I'm going to let you because I have.
Apologies for that. It should read unless as otherwise amended by the council.
Okay, can you say that one more time and a little bit slower?
Of course. Unless as otherwise amended by the council.
Okay, that makes unless as otherwise amended by the council.
Commissioner Murray, will you move a motion to approve with that language?
Yes, and I just want to make a comment. Now my parents are up in heaven saying, we've spent all that money for your education, so I'm glad it's coming into use.
I would
multiple times tonight.
Thank you.
I will second the motion to approve with that modification. Yes, discussion?
As difficult as this is for me to turn down allowing more FAR, because I really do believe that more FAR is appropriate. appropriate in the centers, including the Central Business District, including Warner Center, Century City. This is just another invitation to pay the play. And the arguments that I advanced earlier about, well, it seems like if you're not going to do it over the entire CBD, yeah, I said that right, over the entire CBD, then, oh, we have to go to our council person and see if on my property they'll allow me to go 16 to 1, but on the property next door, they can only go 13 to 1. It's just, to me, again, it's right for corruption. And it's for that reason, not because I don't believe in the principle of a higher FAR, but because of the possible corruption that I urge a no vote on.
No, you didn't, are you changing your tune from when?
No, I said that the last time,
All right.
Justice Marie.
This is, I understand, and I actually tend to agree with you, Commissioner Stein, but this is extremely upsetting to all the staff that worked on this. This is me voicing my frustration. I know that there's a lot of work, but FAR is something that we've literally talked about on this commission from day one, including knowing that there would need to be a CEQA review and that we have not been able to land this language.
I tend to agree with that, and we've heard from all of the city partners, and it's pretty much been 100% that they feel that having something this specific in the charter is not helpful towards future development. So I would urge a yes vote. Thank you. Has the motion been seconded?
Yeah, I second the
Thank
motion.
you.
I'll maintain it for discussion. And just,
I think obviously just in the time I've been here, the discussion has been that the FAR is too low, and so that is on our future city council and mayor to try to amend it, but I think the spirit is that we would like to see that lifted. But we can't do that in the context of the charter because of CEQA.
Max.
I just have one point. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you would still need a zone change, probably a general plan amendment to change the FAR. And there has been, recent laws passed, such as Measure JJJ, which has pretty onerous requirements to do that. So there has been steps taken. You couldn't just change the FAR without going through a larger process.
It's just so specific and it's in the charter. And the city partners wanted to have a little more flexibility, and it would still have to go through the process, as Max said. They just didn't want something this specific in the city charter, especially since downtown has a different vibe, for lack of a better term, at 10 o'clock at night than San Pedro or the Valley. Different demographics and different structural settings.
Commissioner Andres.
I just have a question. So the way that this is written means that it would have to be case by case. It can't, the city, they didn't write it so the city council can just wipe out FAR with an ordinance.
Well, they couldn't completely eliminate it. I think they were, the staff is trying to get language, and they've been working with the city attorney because there are the CEQA requirements, and so we can't just like exit out.
But it wouldn't be just like one area, it would be a larger, how big would this allow them to edit at any one time? Amend?
Well, I think they just want more flexibility based upon the fact that, like, for example, in downtown.
So they could change the downtown FAR at once, at one time, okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So FAR is, an aspect of zoning, and the city usually changes zoning neighborhood by neighborhood or through community plan update. So, yeah, this just gives the city flexibility to do it, as part of that community plan update or as part
No, that makes sense. I was just making sure that it wasn't an area that was too small, that it would implicate larger issues with corruption. So I appreciate the context.
I just don't understand because I've been talking about this for like maybe 8 months of why language wasn't included unless it's not legally permissible. That said something like the FAR will be automatically removed from the charter pending a sequel review. Like, can someone tell me that that's not legally permissible? Because that would solve this.
I know, I think, can we just cover the question? I understand your frustration.
Yeah,
I think we all know where we all stand.
Yeah, all right, appreciate that, thank you, Commissioner Murray. All right, I will call for the vote on approving the language as amended on section 104. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis is absent.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis is here. Commissioner Lewis is voting yes. Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Mesa votes no. Commissioner Morrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas. Absent. Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations, commissioners. You did a lot of work. Okay, next is item 4B, Streamline Quasi-Judicial Decision-Making Processes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes, this is just, again, stated before, a cleanup measure that was proposed by the Department of City Planning. Some of the things are, don't apply, and we just took them a while to just start to get the language together. So I would make a motion to approve the language.
I second.
Motion by Commissioner Murray to approve item 4B, seconded by Commissioner Stein. Discussion. Alrighty. Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to approving item 4B? Alright, seeing no objection, item 4B is approved. We now move on to item number 5, consideration and possible approval of charter language explanations for all charter reforms. Commissioners, this is a stapled document that says at the top, charter change explanations for all approved reforms, March 24th, 2026. I will give commissioners a minute to find it in our sea of paper. Or is it being passed out again? Okay, that's passed. Okay. All right, commissioners, just a reminder that for all of we are required by ordinance to also pass descriptions of each charter revision that we put forward, and that is the document that you have before you. I am going to move to approve item number 5. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Discussion.
Clarification that we'll be able to, this will be amended based on the votes today, and referring to the police accountability section, last page.
Yes, let's make that an actual, why don't you make that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to move to a friendly amendment that this document is reflective of today's votes, and that the police accountability reforms are adjusted based on what we voted today.
And other change reforms.
And other change reforms.
That's friendly. Yes.
I would just say, commissioners, if you, after tonight, have specific flags on that, feel free to email myself and staff just to make sure that we get it right exactly as you want. We'll do our pass, but many hands make light work. Thank you.
Ask a question?
Commissioner Morrison.
Did we vote to approve lowering the voting age to 16?
Yes, we did. What we struck was was non-citizen voting.
I guess that must have been the 7th vote issue.
Yeah, it was renamed because it used to be called Expand the Voting Electorate in one group, but now it's linked.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to approving item 5, understanding that it will be reflective of votes that were taken today? All right, seeing no objection, item 5 is approved. We now move on to item 6, consideration and possible approval to the preamble. I believe Commissioner Fuentes, you worked on the latest version? Was that circulated?
Yeah, it's already out.
Okay. Commissioner Fuentes, would you like to speak on it?
Yes, of course. So this was something that we've talked about before multiple times in terms of having a simple sentence of support for the immigrant community. Before this originated as a motion for deportation, defense, and right to counsel, instead having support in this way was what passed with 11 votes. So this is just in line with the rest of the preamble charter language here. It's a simple addition. I went ahead and bolded and underlined the actual addition, and then the other bolded sections are Commissioner Thomas's as well as Levin's amendments from the last session. So it's just one simple sentence added. We further affirm the importance of compassion, fairness, due process, and support for all residents, regardless of immigration status. That's the exact language that would be added towards the end of that first paragraph. And this is language that I also ran by different community members as well as applicants that gave public comment today. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Commissioner Morrison.
I mean, this is just kind of a, formatting thing. This is wonderful. The first couple sentences are kind of statements about our history, who we are, and then you move into these very powerful we statements. We envision, we affirm, suggesting a paragraph right there. Because
Where exactly?
It would go right after the strength of its many voices, lived experience, and bold imagination, and paragraph. New paragraph. We envision a city.
Yes. Agreed. I think that's great. I would accept that.
Commissioner Fuentes, just want to thank you for your leadership on this work and for making sure that we landed the plane on this one, so thank you. All right, any further discussion on the preamble?
I have a question.
Commissioner Sanchez.
I think throughout the years, Commissioner, we've seen this term from illegal to undocumented to immigration status to unsatisfactory. I just want to make sure that we embedded this language and it can survive the next 10 or 15 years. So again, because it changes constantly.
Yeah, I would accept an amendment there if you would prefer different language like undocumented, non-citizen, anything like that. But this was the language that we settled on with community members.
All right. Is there any objection to approving item number 6, preamble? All right, seeing none, item number 6 is approved. We now move on to item number 7, consideration of a motion by Commissioner Stein to agendize a future meeting. Commissioner Stein.
Unfortunately, after seeing all of the reports that we've had to go through today, that now will have to be written and rewritten. And the difficulty of a staff who has worked diligently this entire time to be able to put out such a report
And as much as I would like to see that report prior to the time that the little button is pressed on the computer sending it to council, I've reached the conclusion it's just not feasible. It just can't be done. It's not the best way, because I think all 13 of us are entitled to read that report and be able to comment on it. But on the same set of circumstances, you got to sometimes look at reality. And the reality is we're not going to have it by March 31st. Doesn't seem like a lot of difference between March 31st and April the 2nd, but there really is. So I would like to withdraw my motion to seek the report be given to us prior to the time it's sent to the City Council for their consideration.
All right, item 7 is withdrawn. Commissioners, we now move to ex parte disclosures. If there have been any conversations to disclose since we started the meeting. Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Mack?
None.
Commissioner Fuentes?
None.
Commissioner Stein?
None.
Commissioner Mesa has none. Commissioner Sanchez?
None.
Commissioner Murray?
None.
Commissioner Yap? Nope. Commissioner Morrison?
No.
Commissioners, I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn, please.
Could I make one comment before that?
Yes.
I think I watched the other charter reform commissions back in 1999, 2000, by being in Mayor Reardon's administration rather than being on the commissions themselves. And I've watched this group, and I have to say that in my opinion, this has been the most productive group on the issue of charter reform. Justin put out earlier in his executive report that we've met 52 times already. I don't know if that includes ad hoc. I don't know if that includes all the subcommittee meetings. But all I have to say is we've busted our you-know-what. And I think we've put out a very good result. Some of us disagree with parts of the report. Others disagree with other parts of what the report will be. But the 13 of us have consolidated in giving our very best advice to the City Council with the hope that they will follow through on the most important items that we've sent forward. As a personal aside, I want to commend the Commission's chair. When we started this process, I had in mind there would be a different chair, but votes didn't quite turn out that way. But I'm proud to say that I watched Chairman Mesa grow on a weekly basis on not only his command of the issues, but in his abilities under sometimes difficult circumstances to control us and to control the crowd. And I think a big round of applause should go to him for his leadership of this commission. In addition, I want to thank staff. I think you guys have done a yeoman's job. I think all of us will say there are things that could have been a little different here and there. But on an overall basis, you have helped guide us to get to this point. So my last pitch is I hope all of you will join in and lobby members of council as to the issues involved, and each of us probably has a different relationship with different council members, and that's one of our strengths, in that we can talk to different council members that perhaps might disagree with one's political philosophy, but not necessarily disagree with someone else's political philosophy who's on the commission. So I'm just here to say I think it was a job well done. And now,
Can I ask a question about ex parte? Does that mean we're done with that, or what are the rules?
The motion that was approved by the commission says that the ex parte disclosures happen at commission meetings. So but the motion is still in effect until this commission is dissolved by law, which is 2 months after we transmit our final report to council. So commissioners should be advised of that. Commissioners, there's still plenty of process before us, including to present, I'm sure, to committee and to council, and Justin has, is going to keep us informed on the updates. I will pass my individual thanks to each of you over the next week or so. And so with that, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.